give me a shout out. Sometimes, I'll be able to answer the question myself, and other times I'll just connect you with the resource that's more appropriate to take care of your needs. But I definitely encourage communication. So even if you think it's something silly, go ahead and shoot it on over to me, and at least we'll put a point at the end of that sentence and get you to the right spot there. So again, I just recommend, everyone, if you have a question, you can go ahead and stop me during this presentation and shout out and say, hey, Dave, what about this? What about that? And let me know what you'd like or what you've got questions about. This is covering RightFax 9.4. We don't actually talk anything yet about RightFax 10 as it's not released. RightFax 10 does not have an official release date. However, I can say it's going to be in the next couple months here. We should see some activity about that. If you're in our partner communication and in our Knowledge Center communications, you've seen that we've announced that RightFax 10 is coming soon. However, nothing firm yet we've seen on that. So RightFax 9.4 is going to be a lot similar to 9.3. There's very minimal features that are really going to be the differences. What we're going to be talking about primarily today is user creation. What are the different ways we can create users? I actually do cover some extra stuff that if you've been in a complimentary admin class before, I do cover some extra stuff that normally we don't go over. A little bit of importing users from Active Directory, synchronizing users from Active Directory. We go through that. Also, we're going to talk about cover sheets. We have some very baseline things about printers that we go over. So yeah, we will be covering all of those things today. So also we're going to cover some cover sheet creation. This is actually, believe it or not, is a huge sticking point with a lot of admins that are getting into RightFax. The first things, kind of how I structure this class is, the first things you do out of the box is, okay, I got to get some users, I got to figure out a routing scheme, and then really the next thing people get into is cover sheets. What are we doing for cover sheets? What do we support? How hard are they to create? So we're going to go through those different things here and talk about those. And like I said, if you've got any questions, definitely you can shoot me. The WebEx interface has a built-in chat, so if you're a little shy and don't want to just holler out or don't want to interrupt and something I can get to in a minute, definitely shoot me a message to the chat. But if there's something I'm explaining, you're just like, can you talk about or you want to cover this, just go ahead and unmute yourself and ask away, and I'll be happy to go ahead and cover that. So let me see what we've got here. Let's go. Let's start out here. Actually, minimize that. So again, like I said, shoot me an email. Any questions? I'm all for that. Let's first talk about a little bit about RightFax and what we have installed here. And I'm going to share out my desktop here real quick. Maybe. There we go. Okay. So a couple things I got going on here. Let me just talk about my environment real quick so we're all on the same page with what I'm demonstrating here. I have a Windows 2003 server. This is running RightFax 9.4 and running Feature Pack 1 SR3. By the way, if anyone has any issues with seeing my screen or they can't, something's not going right, let me know. And also, I'll just make everyone aware, every once in a while, the service that we're connecting to, or my phone, or what have you, likes to freak out. So if you can't hear me or something goes kind of weird and you hear some glitches over the phone, shoot me a chat message because the WebEx will remain up. But like I said, I'd just throw that out there, so any problems. So anyways, the environment I'm in, Windows 2003 server, running 9.4 Feature Pack 1, Service Release 3. And we're going to talk about what RightFax is, updates, and so on and so forth. This machine actually connects to another virtual machine. This is actually Windows 2008 running Exchange 2010 on there that we use for some other features. So yeah, if anyone ever tells you, you can't virtualize RightFax, I'll tell you that's completely not true. I only teach out of virtual machines. So obviously if we had a huge problem with them, this would not be the preferred method for delivering any of my training. So definitely keep that in mind when you're planning out your RightFax servers or even thinking about migrating to new types of hardware. Virtualization is big right now. People are getting into it in droves. It seems that through the last 10 years with virtualization being on the market, Everyone's less afraid of it nowadays. So that's something that we're definitely getting into, and definitely we're starting to see that a lot more. Our technicians are seeing these calls a lot too.
Hi, this is Debbie. I have a question. So is it supported for Windows 2003 and 2008?
RightFax 9.4 is supported on Windows 2008. That was actually released in Feature Pack 1. That is Windows 2008 and Windows 2008 R2. There is a very big difference in the Microsoft world, so I definitely don't like to confuse the two, but we do support both of them in 9.4 Feature Pack 1. Now, if you were to install 9.4.1 base, you would have some issues until you patched. And let's take a look here real quick, and that's a good question. I can show you something here. I'm heading to my installation source of program files, RightFax, and I'm going to break open the 9.4 Feature Pack 1 README. Now, the READMEs actually are very, very crucial when you're patching any versions of RightFax. They're going to tell you not only new things that we support, but also things we fixed and in depth. Here we see enhancements and new features in OpenText Feature Pack 1, Windows 2008 and 2008 R2 64. Anybody that's installed Windows 2008 R2, it's only a 64-bit operating system. One thing I will say is when you do download RightFax, either if you got a disk or if you come download it from our website, there are two different installers. 32 bits won't install on 64-bit. But at the core of it, RightFax is a 32-bit program. 32-bit programs run on 64-bit operating systems 99% of the time without an issue. I can't speak for other manufacturers, but we run just fine on it. The big thing is, though, is our installer is only geared to either a 32-bit or a 64-bit system. So you just have to install the proper, or pick the proper installation package. However, the core of RightFax is identical. There's no different versions between the two. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thanks. That was very informative.
Oh, cool. Yeah, no problem. I love talking about RightFax sometimes at great length. So, yeah, the READMEs, like I said, are very essential. What's really nice is we did drop in the support. We tell you a couple extra things about running a different installation. As of this time, no 64-bit Notes client was available from IBM, so we do tell you some detractors of installing this or possible issues that you need to look out for ahead of time. Also, there is something very big in Windows 2008. We need to install an HP LaserJet 4 print driver. That is not included by default, so we do tell you some extra steps after you go through an installation on 2008 R2 that you have to do. A couple other possible issues that you might run into with it, but we do take care of really trying to make it aware up front what's going on. Also, we added Windows 7 support, Exchange 2010 support, and Unified Messaging support, along with SharePoint 2007 64-bit for our connector. Also, while I'm in here, when you're patching RightFax, as I said, there's a lot of different things that we fix. If anybody's familiar with calling into our support line and maybe doing some bug tracking or have had some issues, when we create a bug and we put it in our system as an RF-bug number, RF of course standing for RightFax, if you do have any types of issues that are corrected or you're curious what was fixed, you can actually look at our README, and as feature packs are roll-ups of service releases. And what I mean by that is, I said, well, we're running Feature Pack 1 SR3. So when we release RightFax, we release a base version, so that would be 9.4, and then we start finding bugs. RightFax, because of its almost infinite ability to integrate with every system out there, we'll find some stuff every once in a while that's a problem. So what we do is we have our base version of RightFax. We get a couple of bugs. You can call in and get beta fixes from our product support engineering team. And then after a while, we get so many of them that we're like, well, let's go ahead and do a service release. A service release is a roll-up of all bugs. So we went RightFax 9.4, service release 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, obviously, if you installed service release 5, that would include all the fixes from 4, 3, 2, and 1. And then what happens after a while is RightFax 9.4 had been out. We had no support for Windows 2008. So that's a new feature of RightFax. It's not a bug that we're fixing. So then we released something called a feature pack, and in our case, Feature Pack 1. Feature Pack 1, of course, we already went over the new features that were introduced, plus it included Service Release 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So after Feature Pack 1 came out, still You know, as the time goes by, we find more bugs. So feature pack 1, service release 1, service release 2, service release 3. So this is actually the most current version of RightFax that anyone can have on their system is 9.4 feature pack 1, service release 3. But sometimes people get confused about how we do our releases and what's what and in what order. But simply, my installation here included laying down 9.4 base, installing feature pack 1, and then installing feature pack 1, service release 3. So 3 short installations, and I've got a whole RightFax server. Again, I really like to harp on the readmes because we say, here's different items that have been corrected. As far as, you know, we correct things, but then also when we fix things, sometimes we fix them what's the best for the product and going to be the easiest for our customers. So we will fix things and then tell you, A, we fixed it and here's how we did it, or just we straight out corrected it. In some cases, we fix certain things and say, okay, well now if you're looking to utilize this feature, you might have to add an extra registry entry. So if you ever had a bug and you've ever worked with us through a bug and getting things fixed, they're actually pretty straightforward and not too bad. But again, I like to talk about the README because it's really important to understand how we build RightFax. And something really cool there, as you see, I went to Program Files RightFax. Not only do I have the logs of the installations of these, but again, the READMEs are included there, so if you ever have any questions, that's where we have it. Let's see here. So what I've got here real quick, again, talking a little bit about my environment. This installs, and then we've got the Capteris folder, and here's everything that I've installed underneath. Now, a couple things. I've got a gigantic license on here. This is an internal license that we use. When you activate RightFax, it goes out and it binds a couple things. It uses the MAC address from your system and binds the RightFax license to that. So when we talk about virtualization, real important, if you start moving your RightFax servers around and doing different things, anybody that's been in the virtualization game for a while knows generally when you move VMs, sometimes they like to reassign different MAC addresses. You will completely break your RightFax license. So after I say that, generally a couple people say, well, what's stopping me from just cloning a VM and then using that, I'll get an extra free RightFax server. If you've ever run anything with dual MAC addresses on your network, you're pretty much dead in the water there. You're going to have the two machines fighting over each other. So MAC address licensing is pretty soundproof for the most part. Again, in my license, I've got a lot of different things installed and licensed in here. Let's see, our features, a lot of stuff. Your license will probably look a little bit different, but for this purposes, I need to, of course, open up all these features. If I happen to talk about a feature and you go to your RightFax server and you don't see it, most likely you're not licensed for it, and in that case, I would probably talk to your salesperson about maybe looking at some sort of a la carte licensing or increasing your license. So my server's licensed, let's see, and I'm currently looking at a simulation board. Now, let's talk about what we're in here real quick as far as RightFax Enterprise Fax Manager. Enterprise Fax Manager is your administration management tool. We go into Start, All Programs, Capteris, and we can open it right from there. This, by default, gets installed with all server installations. So before you can do anything in RightFax to set it up, this is where we're going to be going to. Now, what's really cool about this utility is it is meant for administrating multiple RightFax servers. So I could actually come in here, and I actually don't have another server, but this is a good demonstration. I could go in File, Open Server, type in the name of another server, and connect to it. Seems not like me right now.
Got two L's in there.
Oh, instead of a double T, there we go. And as you see, it angered it. Give me a second here, it should come back. Double L. Early for spelling. So if these were actually different RightFax server names, they would display in there, but I could open up as many as I want in this list and administrate them from one interface. Makes it really nice for administrators. That way they're not having to go to each RightFax server and open up the actual administration client or enterprise fax manager on that server. So when we actually look at this, this is kind of another good example. When I click on fax servers, I kind of get that 1,000-foot view of what's going on. What's the name of the server, my protocol to connect to, what version's it running, how many channels are licensed specifically to that server, running time. A lot of people like using these statistics. Queue usage, when things start to pile up and not back up, but essentially you're not sending on all channels or all channels are occupied. We can see the queue usage going up. Fax availability index is kind of neat because what it is it's a little math equation that the server uses to say, okay, I've got X amount of channels. Each channel it assigns an availability index of 1 million, and then it gives the server also an availability of 1 million for itself. So what that means when I break it down is I have 8 channels, 0 through 7, 0 is a number, so 8 channels there. So there's 8 million. The server itself gets 1 million, and then we see fax availability index. We'll go through and I'll demo this when we send a fax. It decrements this number. So obviously the lower availability index, the more that the server is going to be under use. And availability index comes into play when we're shipping between multiple fax servers. Let's see. So the question came up, is the utility on the desktop or the RightFax server? So a couple things. When you install the actual RightFax server, it comes pre-installed. And let me show you. Let's take a look at that here real quick. The answer to the question in a nutshell is both. You can install it. It comes with the server by default. If I ran the client installation package on a workstation, I do have the option for the administrative utility, we call it in there, and that's Enterprise Fax Manager. Take a look at the RightFax product suite, and I'll hit change here. And we see that Enterprise Fax Manager is included there by a checkbox. Now, if you can imagine, when you install the client portion, it's literally just this box here. Everything under clients and tools, just this box. So if you wanted to do additional options, we offer 2 types of installation when you install the client. It gives you 3 selections of client, administrative client, or custom. And when you open up custom, it's just this box right here. So you can do Fax Util, Print Driver, Enterprise Fax Manager, all the other different options that we have in here as well. So yeah, like I said, the answer to that question is both. So we've gone through, we've taken a look here at availability index, and like I said, just clicking on fax servers itself, kind of a 1,000-foot view of what's going on. The little green indicator here means that everything's up and running with this server as we expected. And let's talk about what that means. I'm going to go ahead and close one of these as to not create confusion. There we go. So we see the list of the servers, and the first thing I can do is actually click on the server, and we see a couple different things. I'm going to talk about this window. We see a lot of these green pluses here. First thing we see is our channel operations, what's going on, and this is part of the doc transport module. The doc transport module is just kind of almost what it says. It is the transport module for documents. Now, that's kind of vague because we can transport documents to a board, an SMS server, an SR140 boardless solution. So doc transport's just basically the module that talks to the Dialogic API, for lack of a better description there. It talks to the board and schedules things with the actual board. And when I say board, what I'm talking about there is most people out there with a RightFax server, more than not, have a board provided by Dialogic. This is a telecommunications board. This board can include analog ports. It can include T1 lines. It can actually include a T1 line and a network port. A lot of people say, well, why would you put a network port on a board? Well, that's to support the boardless, in this case, not boardless. That's to support the fax over IP function. Fax over IP does not use a telecommunications line. It uses a network port to communicate to a gateway of some sort that then makes the phone call for it. So that's basically dock transport's job, is talking to the board, finding out what the board's doing, what's going on with it, or in the case of a boardless solution, what channels are available. Now those channels show here up in the top. We do start at channel 0, so when you only come down and see 7, first thing a lot of people say is, I've only got 7 channels or 23 channels. A T1 is 24 channels. But 0 counts as a channel, so 0 through 7, we have 8 channels. Now, the little B in brackets next to there is an indicator of its capabilities, as far as can it send a fax, can it receive a fax, or can it do B for both. What you'll see sometimes is a little N in brackets, and what that means is that the channel is not available. The channel's offline. You can actually disable channels. And keep in mind, I can go into, I did that kind of quick here, but let me expand this out. There we go. All these services here are what is running on my RightFax server. This is the core of RightFax, is all these services. This is what RightFax is literally a handful of services. I can go into any one of these services for the most part. There's a few exceptions. I can right-click on it and choose Configure Service. Now in the case of dock transport, I've got a simulation board set up. That's something that's included with RightFax, so for all you folks out there that like testing things out before you do any implementations, sometimes having a physical board to test on is not possible. So you can actually add a simulation channel into RightFax, which is a group of channels. And this actually goes through and it simulates if you wanted to do a true load testing on your server for processing faxes, just short of sending it out to the board. This will test all the services within RightFax to make sure that things are working. So again, we include that. Now, a couple things we can do. Again, dial, answer, or both for channel. If I can configure something for dial, one for answer, and one for, I'm going to go ahead and disable channel 2 so we can see what that looks like. Now, anytime I make a configuration change to any service within RightFax and I click OK, it's going to want to stop the service. So shortly what will happen is it would finish any remaining jobs that were queued up, and I don't have any remaining jobs. It would then stop the service and then restart it. So when we talk about outages with RightFax, the outages are brief as far as you're not losing any data. If someone happened to be calling in and my dock transport module was stopped, they'd simply receive a busy signal, so the fax machine would retry on their end. And if anybody was trying to send a fax out of RightFax, those jobs would queue up. We would actually see those just sit there until the board module came back online, and then we'd be able to proceed from there. So I changed some channel states here. Let me go ahead and refresh and see what that looks like. So my options were dial, answer, and disable. Well, when we do dial, that changes everything into an S. So send, R for receive, and none or down channel for channel is not active, so we put an N in brackets, and B for both. Those are kind of some of the different channel states that you can see within RightFax. Now as we see here, of course, like I said, these are simulation channels, so it's actually trying to do checking for received documents, so it's actually going through the motions as if there was a load on the system for faxing. We see the different operations go from idle to receive to sending. Now when we talk about the routing code area, and we'll see this when I start sending some faxes back to myself, the routing code area, this is what is provided from your PBX. And I'll say that again because that is a very, very important point and something that often will get misconstrued for RightFax isn't doing something properly. We only route by the digits we're given. And what that means is somebody calls into, let's say, my phone number. 321-7468 is my fax number. In most organizations, routing codes end up being just the last 4 digits of someone's phone number because, in this case, we own in the Tucson area everything in the 321 prefix. You know, so 0000 through up through 9999. That is something that we've purchased from the phone company. So when a call comes in from the phone company, the PBX passes us 7468. Now, why that's important is as the call's coming in, you will actually see the routing code change in the channel. If you happen to have a phone call coming in with no routing code, that means we're not being provided any digits for the PBX, or we're not configured right to listen to digits from the PBX as far as timing-wise. Sometimes we start listening too early, too late. There's some variables that you can adjust in there. But again, we route based on what we're given. We don't magically figure this out. So next, we see phone number. When phone numbers are coming across, we could see that. State of the channel, any user IDs or remote IDs that are passed again. The fax rate that we have coming across, any type of compression, MMR or MRH. This is G3 type of terminology for what type of compression is being used for sending a fax. How many pages are in it? How much time we actually estimate elapsed for or how much time we estimate to finish receiving the fax or sending the fax, so on and so forth. That's a little bit about the dock transport window. The nutshell to walk away from here is that this is telling us what's going on with our board or our boardless board, our boardless solution. So it's kind of a wellness window for things going on. If I want to configure things with dock transport, again, I come in here, I right-click the service and choose Configure, and I'm presented with a lot of options. So a couple other overview things that we have in this window here. Here we see this lower left-hand window is a statistics window. As you see, my fax server availability changed down to 8,000 because I dropped one channel offline. Or 8 million. When channels go into different sending and receiving states, this number decrements or increments depending on what's going on. This is, again, like I said, a very big statistics window. Fax server events processed. What's an event? Well, anytime a fax is scheduled for a call, needs to convert, needs to be routed, needs to be printed. These are different types of events. So this gives an administrator just kind of an idea of, the type of events that are being queued up on the server here. SMS availability index, that's a fun one. RightFax does do SMS. Now, a lot of people get excited. It's like, ooh, cool, I can send all of my faxes to SMS. That's not what we do. We could send notifications to SMS. We support that through either an SMS modem or something called a push proxy gateway, which is simply generally an email server that relays things out to SMS clients. Most days, your SMS clients are phones. Back in the day, it used to be pagers. So we do support some of that SMSing. If you're really interested in what that does, I suggest reading the admin guide. We support several different SMS modems along with different SMTP servers for SMS email. So we do support things like that. But nowadays, it's just notifications. A fax was received. A fax was sent. A fax did fail to go out. Just notifications, not the actual fax. A couple other important statistics we have here. We did see that server queue or fax server event queue usage. The two most important ones we have right now are available disk space for faxes and available space for fax database per SQL, and that's real important as well. But when we talk about the first statistic here, images are stored. Let me show you here real quick in the RightFax image directory. This can be reconfigured to go somewhere else, especially if you're using shared services module, which is multiple RightFax servers sharing the same images directory and the same SQL database. But in our case here, this is going to be all the faxes that I've sent, as you see, going on past month here. When I start to run out of disk space, I get to 10%. This little guy here turns into a yellow exclamation point, and then it'll turn into a red X once it hits 5%, and we will stop receiving faxes. It's very important that we stop receiving faxes because in the world of faxes and their legality, part of the handshake protocol and everything is that positive confirmation was received of a fax. That's what makes faxes a legal document. Everyone agreed on the protocol, and then once we tell the fax machine we received it, there is 100% confidence that we did receive it. Well, if we're receiving faxes and have nowhere to put them, that makes a very big problem. So what happens at 5% is we stop the modules and the board service goes offline, so when someone tries to send to you, it'll ring busy. So if you run out of disk space wherever you're storing faxes, that's bad news. Try not to do that. Account for extra disk space. Maybe store them on a network server somewhere, a big NAS or a big SAN that's got plenty of room. Not only that, but the second problem that we could have is the amount of disk space available for SQL. When a fax comes in, we make it an image and put it in the images directory, and then all the data for the fax, as far as what time it was received, what user it went to, every little piece of metadata that you can see for a fax is stored inside of SQL. Obviously, if we can't write anything into SQL, that's going to be a big problem. Now, we treat it a little bit differently. When you actually run down to 0 is where we actually have a lot of problems. You get warnings at 10 and 5. But with how the modules work and everything, we can queue things up and events to be pushed over to SQL. So we deal with it a little bit different, but when you run out of disk space, it's a big problem. And for anyone interested, I believe this is actually being removed from RightFax 10 because we've encountered a classic problem over the years, and this starts to be a huge issue. Fax available space for fax DB per SQL. That per SQL is the biggest statement in there. So what that means is when you install RightFax and it makes this database, we do a couple things called stored procedures. Stored procedures ask SQL for things. In this case, our stored procedure asks SQL, how much disk space do you have? Well, SQL administrators out there like to, that's their job, so they like to limit access to SQL. What we'll find is they've locked down a database so tight that we can't even run a stored procedure to ask the system how much disk space it has. So if anyone's interested in that, I can think of 3 or 4 articles we have off the top of my head in our Knowledge Center as far as what types of problems that you can see with permissions being so restrictive. So a couple of them we'll see is a negative value. That's real fun. It always reports as 0. That's another fun one. But again, it always comes down to permissions. Again, I won't spend too much more time in this window, but we've got some statistics: all-time sends, all-time attempts, all-time sends, receives, pages received. What time did we start counting this data? So on and so forth. So you can really see that there's a lot of statistics in here that administrators might like to take a look at. So again, then the only other thing is this window right here as far as the RightFax services. We'll talk about those real quick. These are Windows services, nothing more, nothing less. There's no mysticism about these services and where they reside. They reside inside of Windows. And we've got 2 different named services, Capteris and RightFax. So to give kind of a demonstration of what we're talking about here, take a look at RightFax doc transport module. Just like any service in Windows, you can right-click and choose properties. You can start and you can stop it. Gives you the short net name, where the actual executable's at, and service account. Sometimes, depending on what you're trying to do, it may be required that you go in and assign a service, especially when we do things like routing to a network folder. Services are responsible for that, and if they don't have the proper permissions, you can see those problems. But as you can see in my instance, local system is completely sufficient for running every service, but when you start branching out and connecting to those, wow. Whoever that was, can you mute yourself? I think we just heard you blow your nose on the phone. Most of these services are actually running as local system because it's not a problem. But when you branch out into other systems and you need access to them, again, sometimes these might require additional service accounts. So kind of to debunk some of the things that I get complaints, people are saying, well, this is a service controlled through RightFax. No, it's not. These are services controlled through Windows. So you can imagine there's a lot of common Windows problems that stop services from running that you can run into, but for the most part you shouldn't. So for instance, I can come in here and doc transport and hit stop. Service Control Manager sends a query to the service, and it should kill the executable here, rf doc trans. I take a look inside of RightFax, and immediately it has gone to a stopped value. So again, RightFax is just reporting on what computer management shows. Now, what that means, though, is sometimes the reporting can happen incorrectly. If you ever come into here and you see a service that says starting or stopping, double check what it says in here. Sometimes just closing and reopening Fax Manager will send out another call to Windows to give it an updated status, and it'll correct any types of problems you see with reporting. Vice versa, I could come in here and right-click and choose Start Service. and it goes through a starting process and running. I refresh Windows, and it goes into a started state. So again, a handful of services which are just executables. They run in the background, so they perform things in real time. And these are controlled through Windows. When you right-click and choose Stop through here, it just sends a call into here to make things to stop and start. Again, they're all configurable, right-clicking and choosing Configure. So, we'll move on from here, and we'll start talking about users. So, by default, RightFax comes with two users, Administrator and Default. RightFax makes only two user distinctions, administrators and users. Administrators have red shirts. Plain users have olive drab or green or brown or whatever you might be seeing there, but it's kind of a greenish color. Administrators really stick out. So a couple different things happen is Administrator comes with RightFax and it has no password. We never assign a password to this account. If for some reason you're ever trying to log in there, it asks for a password. It should be blank, so click that. But if it says incorrect password, that means someone has gone in and assigned a password. So keep that in mind. Now, default's kind of interesting, and we're going to talk about creating users here. But what default is a template for creating new users. What that means is if, generally, and I recommend, leave default alone. Don't go in and mess with any of his settings. However, let's say I've got a common setting that I want every new user to have. Let's say, in this case, it might be, you know what, every new user I create, I want to do a specific cover sheet. So every time I would then go in from here, and let me just go ahead and click OK. We're going to talk about all these tabs, because that's the crux of every new user is these tabs. But again, I just want to demonstrate, if I go in and set one of these variables, for instance, actually in my case that I just demonstrated a bit ago, I said, you know what, our fax number for the company is the same number. So I want every new user I create to have this number in here. Let's check out what that means. I'm going to go through, we have three methods for creating, actually four for creating users. One is a new user creation, others are synchronizing or sending to other systems, and we're going to cover each one of those here. So the first and most common way to create users on the fly is to come over to Users. Again, if I come over here and right-click, nothing happens. So I need to be doing all my right-clicks on the actual context that I'm interested in. So I'll right-click Users and choose New. Now, I said again, default is the template for all new users. So in this case, let's see, voicemail subscriber ID, I see a 100 here. Routing code, I see a 100 there. But again, I said, well, I wanted to set the default phone number for every new user I create. So when I look at the default outbound settings, there's the phone number I put into my system. So again, he's the template. If you're wondering why sometimes you make users and get weird settings, check your default user out and see if he's got those settings. If he does, he's the one stamping it on every new user. So real quick, I want to talk about the user's context window and what it is. Again, ID. This is what people are logging in as. When you log into RightFax, here's what their name is. The name is just a friendly thing. If anybody's created users in Windows, this is a subjective field. It doesn't really have any impact. It's really for your own administration purposes. Route code. This is the most important thing inside of this window. Route codes determine when the PBX passes us some digits, who gets it. So in my case of 321, was it 4576, the PBX would pass 4576. I'd have a user in here with 4576, and then he'd be delivered the faxes. So also we see groups, and when we talk about groups that becomes a little bit more important, but just like Windows, certain settings can be managed at the group level, and we'll talk about what those settings are. Faxes is a cool thing. It just tells you what kind of faxes people are keeping. So this way, maybe if you're running out of disk space, you can scroll through here real quick and see who's got the million faxes that they've never deleted. Talk about some maintenance options here for automatically getting rid of faxes too. Voicemail subscriber ID, that's kind of an old usage here. It's not too much used anymore, but you know, if there was some voicemail integration features, we could actually show that as well. Route type, again, we know a fax comes in, digits are passed, it's routed to a user. it always will first go to the user's fax mailbox. And when we look at the client, we'll see what that fax mailbox looks like. So not only does it stop off there, but if there were another setting in here other than fax mailbox, we could define additional routing types. Additional routing types include Exchange, network directories, Lotus Notes, group-wise, SMTP, things like that. So not only when we route it, what format does it go in? A TIFF-G3, but when you route to additional routing destinations, we can send maybe over PDFs, G4 TIFFs, PCX files, DCX files, so on and so forth. NT account linked. So what that is if this were linked to a Windows user, we could automatically log in a RightFax user. So for example, on my OpenText domain, it's OpenText Dave Fletcher. I could come in and link that NT account to a user. So what happens is every time you open up Fax Util, which is our client, it checks to see who you're logged into Windows as. If it sees that you're logged into Windows and there is an NT-linked user, it'll automatically log you into that RightFax user. That keeps people from having to remember passwords or different usernames and things like that. We simply just use the account Windows is already logged into. So obviously all the security is then controlled through Windows. If you can't log into the account, you can't get into RightFax. A couple different things with high priority, auto forward, is the mailbox not protected, what's their default priority. Again, I call these the 1,000-foot view windows because if you're looking for a quick setting without going into every user, you can come in here and look at that. You can also index each or organize each one of these fields, groups, faxes, subscriber IDs, so on and so forth. So let's talk about creating a new user and what types of options do we have in here, because there's a lot of cool different little things that we can do. Again, RightFax integrates and interfaces with so many different systems. We have a ton of things we can do. So to create a new user on the fly, I can come in and right-click users and choose new. Now, if I want to give it a user ID. So in this case, let's just do Dave. Now, while we're here, I want to show a real cool feature that applies to all tabs and all places that we can look in here. If I come in here and I'm like, what's this distinguished name? And I really don't feel like cracking open the admin guide because, I'll have to search in the PDF and find out where that's at. I come in and I hit the question mark button, and I click on the field. Oh, hey, this is the user's NetWare distinguished name if available. Well, I'm not using NetWare. That's great. So I don't have to worry about typing anything in there. Click on username. This is a description to help identify users. The fax server does not use this description in its normal operations. So again, this is just, fax account for Dave Fletcher. If I wanted to assign a password, I can. Now, if I had to come back and edit the user, we had the option to change password. We can never go back in and just find out what the password was. That's a nice administrative function because even to a user level, you need to keep your passwords private. So I could give it a password here if I wanted. Group ID, if I have multiple groups, I could then add those. And again, we'll talk about group settings here in a minute. Voicemail subscriber ID, I know this is real plain. If we want to route faxes to another telephony server's mailbox, we could enter that in there. You can use the teleconnect module, which will then, actually route faxes to another server, which that's kind of an interesting function. We don't see it used too much. Email address. This is kind of important because we could put email address as a cover sheet field, so if someone was interested and wanted to know what email address, you could do that. But Fax Util, which again is our faxing client, is also an email client. Helps a little bit for auditing and things like that. We can actually send things to a email address destination. So it's fax to email, but in a really different way. SMS mobile address, again, if you're using any type of SMS features, you need to make sure you're either putting in a phone number or their SMS email address. Compute disk usage, kind of cool. If you want to figure out how much space is being taken up by a user, you can hit compute disk usage, and it's going to tell you how many faxes they're using and the average size of their faxes. The next tab, we'll skip permissions, and I'll go back to that here in a second. The next tab that's about the most important that if you're just creating one user and want to get faxes routing is the routing code tab, or the inbound routing tab, sorry. Inbound routing tab allows me to specify a routing code. So if my routing code was 7468 or the last 4 digits of my phone number, this is very important because we need to know what's being passed by the PBX. Let's just determine exactly who to route the fax to. You can specify a DTMF extension, DID phone number, or a channel. We can actually go in and associate these to different channels. So I've got 0 through 7. So if I did 1, anytime something came in on channel 1, it would route to this user. Sometimes companies only have 4 or 5, let's say maybe 8 phone lines for faxing. Each user might have the phone number for each one of those lines, so when you plug them into the board, you would then associate the channel you plugged it into to a user. In most cases, though, in large-scale implementations, this is actually going through a PBX which supports a ton of numbers, infinite amounts of numbers, and then would pass the specific numbers that were dialed to RightFax. So in this case, like I said, if I did 7468, someone called in, my PBX passes 4 digits, we could route it to this user. Some PBXs might pass 7, 10, however many they want to, but it's important that you know before you implement this. You need to know what kind of phone system you're plugging into and what its capabilities are. That's sometimes the biggest problem that people will call in with, saying faxes aren't going to the right user. We start doing traces on the phone line, seeing what we're being sent, and we're not being sent anything useful to route by. Sometimes the routing code never comes across. So there can be multiple different issues with that. Here. Let's see, question. Someone asked if the file format can be PDF. So that is a good question because when we route things, there are some different things. When anything comes in via the fax mailbox, it will not open as a PDF. We only route to ourselves via TIFF. We open it up. All these files here, these are TIFF files. They have weird extensions, but at their root, they are what's called 301 TIFF files. Can they come in as PDF? Well, what we would have to do for that is a couple different things, and we're actually on the right tab to talk about that. So routing type's kind of cool because what happens when I change my routing type is it's going to tell me something about what I need to do. So by default, everything routes to fax mailbox and says, hey, when you're routing to a fax mailbox, you don't need to type in anything else. However, when we start changing this around, let's do Microsoft Exchange, a lot of things come alive in this window. So let's talk about integrating with Exchange, just kind of an overview of it. So a couple things I can do is say, okay, well, let's set the route to Exchange, and when you route it as one of these 4 file formats: TIFF in a G3, TIFF in a G4, PDF, or GIF or GIF, depending on where you come from. So yes, we can most certainly select PDF. Only certain types of form or routing support that. Most anything that's not fax mailbox, you can route via PDF. Now I got a lot of different options here. Fax mailbox is the default. That just means receive into the user's mailbox and call it a day. I'm sorry, fax mailbox. Let me demonstrate that real quick because when we say mailbox, I get a little sketchy about it myself. Your fax mailbox is you open RightFax Util, which is the client, and fax mailbox routing means I'm simply just going to put things in here, and that's it, nowhere else. When you choose different routing methods, let's say like Microsoft Exchange, again, we can select a file format, and then routing info. And what's cool about this window, it says, hey, I see that you selected Microsoft Exchange. You need to type in something for the routing info or where it's going to go, in this case, an email address. However, depending on your version of Exchange, 2003, 2007, 2010, 2003 in the Exchange likes to use what's called a distinguished name or legacy distinguished name, display name, or an alias. In my case, it would be, actually, because I never get my name right, David Fletcher. Now, with the later implementations like 2007 and 2010, Exchange is pretty much dropping X400 type of stuff. It's using more SMTP compliancy. So in this case, I would type in my email address.
Hi, this is Nadine.
Mm-hmm.
Can you have more than one email address there?
No. We only support one email address. Because when it routes to one user, we're expecting this to be an actual user and not a group of users, or if you're trying to service a... Now, what you can do, and here's how we always work around this and say, okay, well, if this user is coming to... if this user, let's say... Let me do this. Let's go new. What's a good one? Okay, so in the case of like, let's say a hotel, a large hotel, they've got multiple, all faxes come into one number for reservations. Now, the volume's so great that that one person can't take care of this by themselves, so it has to go to multiple people. So here's the type of setup I would look at. Let's see, reservations, cool. I do inbound routing, give it my extension. Let's say maybe everything comes into a nice general number like that. I set up routing to exchange. Now, what I would do in this case is instead set up my exchange system to be a little bit more intelligent, where reservations@hotel.com would be an email alias that then had multiple members that were part of that email alias. So if you're looking to do routing to multiple destinations from here, you're going to want to set that up on your Exchange side to say, okay, send it to this email address. When Exchange gets it, it says, oh, there's 6 people that are part of this alias, and then mails it to those 6 people as well.
We also use mailing lists, so would that work here as well?
As long as it's got an alias of some sort, or if it's got a display name, I'm sorry, actually in that case it would be an alias or a distinguished name. You could use that as well. So if you did, you could do that. So if your mailing list or your mailing group was called reservations, again, Exchange would have to be aware of what that is. It could set that, or we could then send to that alias, and then it would mail everybody inside of that group.
Right.
But yeah, again, we can only put one destination in here, and it's really Exchange who does the intelligence of routing it to other people. One of the main reasons, because that's actually a request that we've had come across a lot, when we try to if we were trying to send to multiple destinations, then how do we handle when failures occur, trying to send notifications to the proper person? So in the case of where things fail to route and you're getting notifications about failures to route, if you have multiple email addresses in there, that's also going to add some confusion. So that's where we've always stuck to. We allow Exchange to manage email because that's not really our specialty. So again, inbound routing is about the biggest tab that everybody needs to set up afterwards. Again, we support all kinds of inbound ANI routing, SMTP routing. A lot of people use, Linux type of mail servers, things of the such. So we do support that. We support Lotus Notes, sending to other telephony servers, and also we support OCRing the actual. OCR routing is a very interesting technology as well. It's used as a secondary type of routing format. It can actually look at keywords it's always going to be the cover sheet because it's going to look at the first page of the fax, identify keywords in there, and then route based on a custom-built table. This is something you actually have to go in and build yourself. Other than that, the main ones we see are network directory. I can go to... We can route things and drop them right over to a network directory. Plus, we support macros. So if I wanted all faxes from today to be organized in a folder out on my server, it would then, if you look in the list here of ~1, it would put it in 2011, 2011 03, or I'm sorry, 04. Wow. What's today? The 4th, 0404. Hey, how about that? So we could do that, day of week, month, year. There's all kinds of little macros that we can use to actually route to a network directory. This is actually kind of a cool function. I've seen it used a ton. So a couple other things that I want to talk about in this window, and then we'll move into the other ones. Microsoft Exchange always shows this. So a couple other things that we enact in here is received fax routing form, and what do we want to use? Advanced, system default or none. What this means is if you were to browse your fax or as an email, it would pop up a lot of the common things that you see in Fax Util. If I were to open a fax up, allow you all these little buttons. This is actually part of the form itself, so you can zoom in on it and do that, this and that. And we just specify in here whether or not you can actually set, if you want to send that form over to Outlook. And our other option here of delete after routing. This is a dangerous checkbox, and I see people work themselves into some corners sometimes. We send to Exchange, and if Exchange accepts our email, it will then delete the fax from the fax user's mailbox. So what happens a lot of times is in most companies, RightFax is seamless to an end user. They have no clue what they actually use to fax. They just know, oh, I get all my faxes via email, and when I want to send a fax, I use bracket fax : and a phone number as an email address. That's all they know. They have zero clue about RightFax. Well, what happens in that case is RightFax will then keep building up faxes in here if you're not deleting after routing, because the user doesn't log into Fax Util and doesn't go in and delete things and keep them clean. So what we offer is an option to delete after routing. So once it's received once it's sent via email, we go in and delete it from Fax Util. I think there's a warning in here. Here's the warning. If the option is checked, notifications will not work. And that just means if you're using any notifications about received faxes, it will not work. Now, generally the email is all the notification I need about receiving a fax. So that is our routing tab. It is, like I said, next to identification is the second most important tab inside of creating a new user. I'm going to peruse over the other settings that we have here real quick, but the next most important thing is permissions. If I want to make someone an administrator, that's how I make it. I check them, I hit administrative access. They now have access to like Enterprise Fax Manager, so on and so forth. They can go in and look at other users inside of Fax Util, and what that means is I can look at actual other users in there and their faxes. Now, by default, if you were to check administrative access, you can go in and see other people's faxes, not the content though. In order to do that, you have to use administrator can bypass privacy restrictions. Again, if I hit the question mark and hit this, it's going to give me a list of everything. It allows administrators to view faxes in other users' mailboxes. So a couple different things we have in here. Archiving of send faxes, whether or not a user that faxes go to can be archived. That's kind of not a trick thing, but you have to know what you're archiving to. At this point, we support archiving to Alchemy, which is another product we offer which does document indexing and searching. Archiving faxes will then tell it, okay, anything that comes in here can be archived based on some different parameters. Those parameters would then be defined in our work server module. A lot of permissions that we have in here. Know that these are really to restrict and control access to what people are doing, whether or not people can assign default billing codes, bypass billing code verification. Can they change their cover sheet, add or edit different forms and library documents? Can they even have the option to OCR faxes? We can actually control them and disallow them to do billing codes, editing billing codes, annotations, so they can't delete it. Unprotecting their mailbox makes it available to other people in their group, so other people can go in and see that. View first page only is kind of a cool one, and people ask me, well, why in the world would you use that? In some smaller implementations, people have several phone lines that come in, and all they do is route to one user, a centralized user. No digits are coming across from their PBX, and they're not using channel routing. So view first page only lets them look at the first page, which is generally the cover sheet, and then they could see who it was intended to and forward it off to another user within the RightFax system. So lots of different permissions that we have in here. There's also some other areas for restriction we'll talk about here in a minute. Next, when we look at default outbound settings, these are different settings inside of Fax Util. Let me reopen this so you can get a visual on what we compare these to. So when I'm sending a fax outbound, I have a couple different things. Find mode would be 200 DPI versus, 200 by 100 DPI. When I'm configuring any types of priorities for normal, high, low, if I came in here and said, you know what, this user, everything comes out as a high priority, by default, when they looked in here, this would be automatically set to high. Again, we start to see a lot of these are in this window here. As far as, let me just put these side to side. Cover sheet, see we have system default. There's my general fax number is in my company voice number. So when I start filling these fields out, they're going to automatically populate in here. Let's see. Yeah, so that's basically where most of these settings end up, is in this window. Automatic deletion, that's kind of an interesting setting. You can say, okay, well, if a fax is always successfully sent, delete it. And no matter if it's sent or send and fails, always delete it either way. So we can set those in there as well. Next, we take a look at administrative pager alerts. Again, pagers, I don't know who's got one. But again, you could send paging alerts off to an SMS service. These are just alerts based on some things with the server, and these are exactly what we'll send. Hey, is the disk space under 150? Is it under 50? Is the queue too deep? Again, that queue that we looked at was this, fax server queue usage. If the queue pegs out at 99%, you've got a problem. I don't care how busy your fax server is. 99% is an insanely high failure type of rate. So you can actually configure RightFax to go in and give you alerts based off of that. Event queue full over 90. Dock transport, is that up, running? Do I have any line failures, a T1 failure, server improper shutdowns, or just a periodic heartbeat saying, yes, I'm up and running, and what intervals do we want to send that at? Again, some functions I don't really see highly used, but we support a lot of stuff because we put these things in back in the day. When I say back in the day, like 10 years ago. And a lot of people use these, got hooked on them, use them to make sure they have maximum uptime and availability. And we don't like to remove features from RightFax. It's something we do very begrudgingly. When we do it, there's generally a very large reason that we are doing it, mainly as we now have a better system or better way of doing things to achieve the same purpose that an old feature did. So we also have other pager notifications. These are really straightforward. It's setting new faxes received. Is it sent from or received from a specific caller ID or ANI number? Outbound fax abandoned. Again, just notifications. These are not your faxes, just what's going on. The other tab is kind of fun because it's kind of a catch-all. How often is it updating the Fax Util for new clients? Say you want to assign a default billing code to a user, you could do that. And if you wanted to assign default printers, and we're going to talk more about printers and their setup here, because generally that's, believe it or not, people still print out their faxes automatically with RightFax. I'm a big paperless type of guy. So, yeah, people still do that. Outbound auto printing, again, pretty self-descriptive of what it does. Are we enabling automatic printing of sent faxes? Which printer is it going to? What to print? Successful sends. Cannot be successfully delivered both. And a couple of things to help control the confidentiality of information. Just history, the cover sheet, or print the body. Maybe if you're sending this out to a very commonly used printer, it's probably not a good idea to put payroll information, like by printing the body and having that sit on a printer you're not checking for an hour or two. Default receive settings, a couple different things we can do. We can actually get a fax and forward it to another fax machine. We can also forward it to another network user. Automatically print inbound faxes. That's really good. Again, this is when I talk about RightFax being seamless. The one area I always seem to see this in is a manufacturing area. They have a printer in the warehouse or in the orders desk that takes, people just come by and check it, and they are used to things working like an old school fax machine. Well, the RightFax administrator has, set things up, invested money into this for the company, and says, okay, well, I have a user, let's say is my manufacturing user. Every time they receive a fax, I'm just going to have it automatically be printed, and it'll print out to a printer in their area. Someone, as part of their daily job, goes over and checks this every couple of hours and then processes orders or processes system specs and things like that. Whatever your main line of business is you can still have this go out and automatically print to a printer. We can also OCR a fax.
Dave?
Yes.
Yes, my name is Guillermo. I'm calling from Puerto Rico. I have a question regarding this. We actually tried to do this. We had to configure the printer into the server, and the problem we had was that the printer was then available for all users to choose, and we ended up people actually sending their faxes to our warehouse because that printer that was configured to the server was then available when you actually open and you hit print. If you hit the little print icon that is on the actual fax message, not the Windows printer, but the other one.
Right here?
That make sense?
Yeah, as far as when you hit print here, yeah, and I'll talk about printing, because printing is one of those sticky
I'm not talking about when you're in fax, in RightFax. I'm talking when you're opening a fax from within Outlook. You have two print options. You have the one that is for Outlook, and you have the one that is within
within RightFax.
Yeah, your RightFax. If you use the one that is in Outlook, you can actually choose the print that is configured to the RightFax server. So I had problems with that because I had to configure every printer for automatic printing to the server.
Yeah, what I would do in that case, and let me see. Yeah, it's a good time to talk about it because we just went through everything here.
I thought that was maybe a little bit confusing, but it's hard to explain.
No, I know I see what you're saying. If in your ideal situation, what I would do is a couple of different things. Mainly, if I had one printer that had to be used for automatic printing of faxes, I would definitely make it available to RightFax. Making it available to RightFax entails a couple of different things that we can do. In your case, where it's like a user rights thing, where certain people may not have rights to the printer over the network, I would definitely set it up for use in RightFax. A couple, and I'll run through this, and hopefully we can answer that question through one of these methods here. RightFax supports a couple of different ways of installing a printer. We can do, and again, everything is right-click new over here. RightFax is, we love PCL. PCL, of course, it's a printer control language. It's a protocol. It's a specification. Manufacturers follow it. Now, there's a couple of deviations from that rule, and we'll talk about that here. But when we set up a printer and to make it available to RightFax, what RightFax is doing is instead of spooling it through Windows, we send a PCL communication stream right to the printer. Some printers don't like that, and we know that, and that's okay. So we offer you a couple different ways to set that up. Now, in this case, let's say I wanted to make, I've got, of course, a character limit I can type in here. So let's see. So I'll call it MSG for manufacturing. So I give it a name. This is the name that will appear within RightFax, and then description, again, that's completely subjective for me. And then we need to tell it what type of print driver. Now this is kind of where we get into trouble here. A couple different things can happen. So we get into this list, and there's only a couple of different options. What we see here is that we see some printers that have very specific drivers that we have pre-installed, but really doesn't cover a lot of it. In most cases, you're going to select a LaserJet, a LaserJet 4, a 4SI, or a 5SI. Why that is HP, speaks volumes to what the printer PCL language standards are, and they use them in 4s and 5s. Are PCL4, PCL5, very straightforward. Most machines should be able to accept this type of printing. Now, a couple different options we have for the configuration, and I'll show you a couple different. I'll show you a different thing here with the printer type. But let's say this was. I'm not going to pick on anybody, but let's just say this is a Lexmark printer hanging out. In this case, the best thing that I could try is starting out with a simple HP LaserJet 5 driver, because again, this is just PCL5. Now, we support what's called LPR printing, which in most cases is going to be a server name, and then the queue name, which is actually the name that the printer is generally shared out as. I just put a designation there. It's probably not right. So this says it's almost using a UNC path to go over and push jobs to this printer. We have a couple different options, US, so on and so forth, what size do you want to do. And we hit OK. Now this printer should show up. No. This should show up in my list down here. Now, I'll tell you, if you add a printer in here and it's not showing up in your list, that's a problem. That could be, I hate saying it might be a bug, but everything should show up in here. Those are completely invalid settings. I don't even have a real printer that's even connected to there. This, no matter what, though, it should show up in here. If it doesn't, like I said, you might want to connect with support. We might be seeing a bug. You know, it's real. I can't imagine. I've never even gotten into a situation where I installed it into RightFax and it didn't show up in the list. So that's something we might have to take a look at. But we could then select that from there. The second thing we have, let's see. Okay. The second type of printing we support, and I'm going to come back in and just edit this printer, is direct TCP IP printing. In this case, if your printer has a network card, and not actually, we don't have to browse through a print server to get to it, we can go right to the printer via IP address. Now, in cases where we might have some different restrictions, different lockdowns with the printer, again, I said we support three printing types. The first two types I'm configuring right through RightFax where we submit the PCL stream. It is our job. The work server actually submits the PCL stream. Now, for whenever you have something that's not going right or isn't behaving properly and we've got some problems, I recommend a different printing type. This is where we say, okay, we need a special driver or we have a specific function or something. I want Windows to handle the printing. So we come in here and then select Windows GDI. Everything disappears and then I get a list. This list matches exactly what I have in here. So we say, okay, Windows GDI printing, cool. We're going to go ahead and give it the job over to Windows. Windows will then spool the print job and then send it out. I would say if you've got a printer that's giving you problems, try this method. But no matter what, if you come in here and specify printers and they never show up, in here or here. If you never get them to show up in here, but you see them inside of printers, I would say definitely open up a support ticket because that's something detrimental going on with the system. That's kind of astonishing if something like that's happening. I would definitely reach out to support. There may be a known bug. I can't know all the umpteen thousands of bugs that have come up with RightFax over the years, but yeah, there may be an issue going on with that. But I would say if you're having problems just with connecting to a printer or being able to properly use it, come in here, set up a Windows GDI printer, go in and install the printer through Windows. That way, and that's the other big thing, is if you can come into your printer, got it installed into Windows and go Properties and Print Test Page and it works, we should be able to use it no problem. But again, we're relying on Windows and Windows Print Spooler to do the right thing. If it doesn't work through here, then we've got some sort of other problem as well. But yeah, I would say for that printer that you're talking about, I'd set it up on the RightFax server, come in then in the RightFax Enterprise Fax Manager, set it up as Windows GDI, select the printer from the list, because then we're relying on Windows to do it. And I'll be honest with you, I've seen it where people come in and properly set up an HP product and then select, a 4 or 5 direct TCP/IP printing because they got a Jet Direct on there, and it should work no problem, works from everywhere else in the building. However, we get grumpy with it. It happens. Like I said, again, because everyone knows Windows and how to use Windows and set up a printer in there, and we know it can work through Windows, coming in and then selecting Windows GDI would be my next best troubleshooting step. Because really, all we're doing is instead of the work server blasting a PCL print stream over to the printer, we just hand it to Windows, and then Windows hands it to the printer itself. So that's the options that I would look at for that. But the main thing to walk away with in a nutshell is we do direct TCP/IP printing, LPR printing, which is printing to a server name and then a queue name. Again, that's generally the name of the server that the printer is installed to and the share name of the printer. And we support doing direct TCP/IP printing to printers. But again, when you have access problems, maybe printers are locked down, things like that, install Windows GDI, force it over to Windows, especially with things like I said, I don't pick on anybody, but RICOs. I did RICO sales installation, support, every facet you could think of, minus actually signing a deal I used to do for a RICO reseller. Sometimes copiers have access codes that every time you print to it, you have to provide an access code or it will discard the print job. It's used for auditing and things like that. That's something that we can't support because that's only supported by the driver. So in that case, I would come in and install the printer into Windows, go through the driver settings, and set up an access code. So things like that where you have some real specific needs. But again, and really if you're like, well, what's the most reliable no-fail method? Windows GDI. Because then we just push the problem over to, the printer over to Windows. But, and then, like I said, because everyone's really familiar with Windows, they know if they come in here and can't print to it that it's not something going on with RightFax. It also kind of takes some of the blame off of us because it's like, well, we can't access the printer through Windows or through RightFax. Yeah, we're definitely dead in the water until we figure out what's going on. So, yeah, maybe pushing the problem is kind of another, I might incorporate that more. But, again, we shift responsibility over to Windows. So.
Okay. Dave, I have a follow-up question.
Sure.
When you're in Fax Util and you want to print a fax without opening it, and you choose that one fax right there, and you hit that print icon that is right next to the search button, in my case, it brings out the printers are in the server.
Right, that is correct.
Now, that's where the problem starts, because I have a user who chooses a printer that is installed in the server, but it's that printer that I installed in the server for automatic printing in a different department. Okay,
right.
And you actually have to open the fax and then print it to use your Windows printer.
Okay. Yes. You have to actually.
That's where I come into the problem with having to install a printer into the server for automatic printing.
Right,
because
yeah.
People will hit...
And is correct. Either we support the two print methods. It's either print via here or right-click and choose print brings up a RightFax context, and these are only printers installed to the server.
Right, and that's where I get people printing in printers that are not theirs. That's why I haven't been able to keep printers installed in the server, because people will just send their faxes wherever they think they're going, and they'll start showing up in my warehouse.
There's how would we limit that?
That's really what my problem is right now. I have to limit the access to those printers that are configured in the server for automatic printing. I don't want people choosing them. I want people to choose their Windows, printer, not something in the server. The ones in the server I just want to use for, people with automatic printing.
Yeah.
I know it's kind of complicated, but that's the problem that I've come.
No, I see what you're saying, and that's I know exactly what that is. I had somebody with an email nightmare of a problem that is kind of what you're talking about. It's the users will automatically see a print icon and smack it because they think they know what's going on, and then they'll send it to somewhere. That, I'll be honest with you, let me see if there's...
Problem is that I work for a hospital, so I end up getting, confidential patient information showing up in my warehouse. And we don't want that.
Yeah, that is a good point. As far as...
I wish I could use the automatic printing, but the fact that I have to, set up those printers in the server and immediately they become available to everyone. And I really don't want them to be available to everyone. I want them just to be used by the system for automatic printing.
Yeah, hold on a second. That's what I was looking at here.
I mean, this might be something for version 10, but who knows?
Yeah, no, because that, I can see where that can start to be a problem. That's weird, because that's not locking me down. Hold on a second. Other users, everyone, default.
Then again, I don't want to interrupt your presentation. This is something...
No, that's a very good point. Let me look that up. I'm sorry, what was your name again?
My name is Guillermo, Guillermo.
Okay. Let me, I've got your email address, because when you registered, I got that.
Yep.
Let me just do a little look up that, and I'll shoot you an email after we're done here, because either that's something that I'll tell you that's probably not the first time that we, as far as RightFax, have ever heard of, God, I wish there was an easy way to not have that happen. And that's what I'm looking at is this little show print dialog when selected via toolbar. But that's, I'm going to take a look a little bit further into that.
You
that's
can
a real good
shoot
one.
Me an email whenever you're ready.
Yeah, no, that's a great question, though, and I'll make sure that I follow up with you on that.
I appreciate it.
Yep. Yeah, and Guillermo brings up a really good point, because when we take a look, and this is actually something I talk about, we have several different print options for printing the fax. Someone mute them. That's a lot of feedback here. Thank you. When we select print here via the icon, and like I said, I covered this on purpose, is these are RightFax printers installed to the server. When we right-click and choose print, again, RightFax print dialog, and then what Guillermo wants to happen is when they come in and actually open the fax and click print from here, this brings up a Windows dialog. But his problem is specifically, his users just hit print because they're not, and that happens. That's a user's not concerned with hitting print and what it does. They just think it's going to do what they think it's going to do. But yeah, definitely some different options. And the only way to get to Windows printers that I know of right now is to actually open the fax, view it, and hit print. But yeah, no, that's definitely a great thing I'll follow up on, because that's an awesome question. So, yeah, that's a little bit about printers. Again, the thing to walk away with is we right-click, we choose New. These are printers only RightFax is aware of. When you select User Options for printing, we do Direct TCP/IP, LPR, and when all else fails, and sometimes the preferred method, install the printer on the RightFax server, select Windows GDI. So, cool. So that's users. So let's do this. We're about an hour and a half into what we're doing here. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, because we're going to get into some more user craziness here and showing how to import some users. We'll do some stuff about cover sheets and reporting on faxes and things like that. So I have 9:30 local. Let's go ahead and take 10 minutes, grab a cigarette, grab some coffee, bathroom, all that fun stuff, and I'll see everybody in 10 minutes. Okay, hello everyone. I'm back here. So, take a look at a couple things. Like I said, I cover a couple things that aren't on the aren't on the agenda, mainly because generally I get asked about them anyways. So I figured, why not incorporate them? So we've looked at new users. We've talked about routing. We've talked about different options we have for routing, notifications, printing, other systems we integrate with, all that fun stuff. But a lot of people say, well, hey, Dave, that's fun and all. I mean, you go new, type in, Dave, there's your user, and give him a routing code, and hit OK. And I have a new user, and that's really how complicated it is to create one on the fly. When I open up Fax Util, again, I'm in as administrator. I can look, and there's Dave. Let me just check something here real quick. Okay. So if I were to go through as the administrator, send a fax to Dave, he's at extension 4000. Now, of course, normally somebody would dial 555. Well, let me show you here real quick. I'll do this instead. If I were to give Dave his full phone number, and my PBX happened to be passing the full phone number, I can hit send. Goes into waiting for phone expansion. We should see my availability index. See, that went down because now I have a fax queued. We should see a channel. It's going to send real quick. Availability's gone. Scheduled to be sent. Okay. I go in and I check Dave's side there, and he's received one. Just a little bit, I'll go through the hierarchy or the structure of Fax Util. When you log in, again, it checks to see who you're logged in as. I'm currently logged onto my server as the administrator, so it's automatically logged me in. When I was, and this is kind of interesting, I'm bouncing back and forth, and I'll show you what this means, but when I'm sending a fax, green up arrow, fax is going out, cool, date, time, when did it go, any options of if it was viewed. Well, I haven't viewed it, but when I double-click it to view, bam, get a little magnifying glass. If I printed it, that would show up. If it was sent out as a PDF, if I get OCR, if it indicates it's a certified, secure, or email, my icon changes. As you see, I sent some emails out of this for a class earlier last week. To view a fax, double-click on it. Nothing too crazy there. A couple options for save, print, trash. I can go to other faxes in my mailbox. Can forward it to another user, can route it to another user, zooming, all that fun stuff, fit to page, fit width. If there were extra pages, I could go back and forth and spin that fax around, all kinds of fun stuff there. You can also view the history of the fax, where it was sent to, any billing codes. The unique ID, this is how you know what a fax is inside of SQL. First three letters of the name of the person who's sending it or receiving it. And then it's kind of a hex code there that it throws in for its unique identifier. No unique IDs are the same. What channel it used to go out of, all that fun stuff. Every time I click it and view it, and then if I were to look at history, it's got a record of how many times it is viewed. So some nice audit trail stuff there. Now, as I'm an administrator, I can go down and browse to another user. Not only can I do that, I could technically send a fax as another user. Well, what that means is currently it shows me where I'm logged into, main, looking at all faxes, what server I'm connected to, what user I'm currently looking at, and the user's routing code. So if I browse down to Dave and went to main, now it says Seattle Dave, Dave's routing code. And yes, Dave is here. So I look at the purple down arrow, that's a received fax, date, time, all that snazzy stuff. Double click it, again, fax has been viewed. Same annotations, things like that, nothing too crazy there. It's exactly what we were looking at before. If there was a company, actually a company and code are my billing codes that I have specified right now. Owner, comments, all that fun stuff. By the way, comments, let's see, what is this I can do? I can edit the fax. Comments are on here. I could go in, and we actually have people that will do some separate indexing on their fax, put comments on it so they can come back and find them at a later time. I could sort by any one of these fields. I could also do filters for these fields. So if I wanted stuff just from 4.4, I could find that. Of course, that example would be a lot better. Let's see. Clear the filter. That example is a lot better here. I set a filter and say, show me stuff only from 4.4. I can do some quick filtering and searching. I can do that on any of these fields here. That's real good for when we have billing codes. If you want to look at different owners, so on and so forth. So can an admin redirect a fax to a different user? I could come in and say route, pick a new user, choose add. I could pick multiple users if I wanted. Click OK. And there we see that outbound fax is now, which I don't know why you'd route an outbound fax to another user, but you could. That's mainly for received, is writing to other users. Forward is a little different. I could forward from another user to administrator, and now it's got a copy of it. So routing means I'm going to move it from one place to another. Forwarding means I'm going to give a copy to someone else. We see that a lot. Like I said, in implementations where we're connecting to a PBX that doesn't give us anything, doesn't give us any digits, everything's dumped into one user, and then that user will then kind of, I hate to use the word secretary, but I mean it's a function out there. A secretarial type of user will then distribute faxes based on cover sheets and things like that. I've met organizations where they have one person that's their entire job for hundreds of fax lines. So that's kind of Fax Util in a nutshell. A lot of different options we have in there, but again, this is, let me clear all filters, there we go. This is, if you're not using any other routing methods, this is how people receive faxes. This is where all the work's done for sending and receiving faxes. So now that we have, we've seen, okay, cool, I made Dave, hey, that's fun and all, but that's not realistic for large organizations. I'm sure no one wants to do this 50 to 20 to 100 times. I wouldn't want to do it 20 times. It's not fun. Let's talk about automatic import options that we have. Now, I'm going to show you two import options, and then we have some things I'll talk about for migrating between server to server. There's one method that's nice, and one method that I don't prefer, but it's a lot easier. Let's talk about the non-preferred easy method. So let's just say, you know what, I just need users. I don't want to type in 100 times what a user's name is. I just want to pull people in, and you know what, we really don't even have routing codes. We're going to be forwarding things manually from one user. So I come into Enterprise Fax Manager and click Utility, and then I choose Import Users from NT Domain. And that's real specific, NT Domain. This is not LDAP. This is not, won't connect out to a group-wise server, won't connect to a load mail database to get users. This is specifically Windows NT. So I come in here and I click Import Users from NT Domain. And why I say this is very, very big Windows is it says the server which to import users from. It's not asking me what domain do I want, which server contains the list of my users. In this case, my domain controller is New York City. However, my domain is what's called OT Virtual. So I'm just pointing this to / server name. Once it connects to the server name, it's then going to ask me, okay, what groups do you want? These are all groups that, of course, are available within Windows Active Directory users and computers. At this point, I'll just say, you know what, grab all my domain users. Now, again, I had said default user is the user for default or for a template for new users, but we can actually go and change that when we're doing a mass import. Let's say I wanted to make everybody an administrator. Or if I wanted to do two separate imports, one time grab from domain admins or enterprise admins, import them, come back and do a second import for domain users, and then do them off a default. That way I can import users and then basically choose what template I'm using as far as a user. So I'm just going to import everybody from domain users. Now, we do have one little option in here for automatically assigning routing codes. This is kind of I don't like it. It doesn't. I never saw a great point to it, but in some cases, you don't want to. Well, actually, in most cases, you don't want to give everybody the same routing code. So that way, we can give different routing codes to the users in the system. We start incrementally and then go on up. So really, if I just want usernames and don't care about anything else, I'll hit import. It's going to talk to my server, scroll through a bunch of names, tell me that it updated a user, and it added 18 users. The one updated user is administrator. Administrator is already a user that exists on my network. So I'll go ahead and hit close, and bam, we get a ton of users. So that's nice. It went through and assigned basically random routing codes to everybody in here. If I go and find everybody. So that's pretty cool, but see, it pulls in, when it pulled it in, and it pulled in exchange accounts. You know, I could go in there and highlight a couple and get rid of them. But real easy. If I just want to get a bunch of names in there, easiest way to do it. Also, I just deleted some users. Let me cover deleting a user that actually has faxes in it. It says, hey, Dave owns one or more faxes or phone book entries. You want to automatically delete these? Yes, yes to all, no, no to all. And we'll get into why this is important. You know, the user's got faxes, so we want to make you aware of it. But when we delete faxes, how do we handle things? I'm going to talk about that a little bit when we get to our reporting section in groups, because the two tie in hand in hand. So I'll say, you know what, go ahead and get rid of all of Dave's faxes. So, real easy, like I said, kind of quick and dirty. We use default as the template. Remember, I give him a phone number to put in for everybody, so he'll stamp that on every new user. That's fun, but I tell you what, people don't like to use this because there's no customization. I can't really do anything fun with this. It just pulls in people, pulls in their name from Active Directory. We assign a routing code, and that's it. Doesn't NT-link accounts either. The NT-link status is set to not available. Well, if I'm pulling in users from Active Directory, because Active Directory is the one who maintains and is my master list of all users, passwords, exchange settings, etc., wouldn't it be nice if we can just link the accounts automatically and maybe set up some extra stuff? How about put in routing codes? Wouldn't that be fun? Let's talk about the other method we have for doing this. I'm going to go ahead and delete these users as to not add any confusion. Cool. Good stuff. So, I'm going to walk through this next method here, and if anyone's got any questions along the way, stop and ask, because there's a lot of stuff in here, and you can make it as simple or as hard as you want to in here. And I kind of have a couple cool suggestions here. So, we license a feature called the Capteris Sync module. I would say if you have over 20 users, and maybe you're in a large company that changes users in and out, as far as, you know, people leave the company, people join the company, sometimes your Active Directory administrator is not you. You actually have to go talk to somebody. Wouldn't it be better if they just add users on their end, and we automatically pick them up and put them in RightFax? That way, your people don't have to put requests through to get a new RightFax account. As soon as they're made into Active Directory, it automatically makes an account. So let's talk about how this works here. So Capteris Sync module, it's a service, and again, we can right-click on it and choose Configure to get it going. Now, we work off the premise of sources and destinations. Your source is what Active Directory are we talking to, and what properties do you want to get when we talk to that Active Directory? Do you want to get the name? Do you want to get the full name, the username, the routing code? I mean, then again, there's no routing code inside of Active Directory, so how do we make a routing code? So lots of cool, fun stuff like that. So first thing is we see that there's not really anything in here. We need a source and a destination to be able to map them together and set up a synchronization schedule. Now, the only other thing I'll say about this service is sometimes this one definitely needs a service account. Local system talking to an Active Directory doesn't generally have permissions to do that. Of course, I like to be crafty, so I already set that up ahead of time so I don't have to worry about it. But what I would say is you better make sure that whatever account you put in here has active rights to talk to, or proper rights to talk to Active Directory, and query it for different properties. By the way, I've talked about service accounts a couple times. Kind of my best practices tip for that is I recommend set up an account called RF Service. That way it provides a complete audit trail for when RightFax is accessing other things, because you're now using a specific account to do it that's only meant for RightFax services. So if you have a network destination that RightFax needs access to, instead of worrying about is it my password or whatever password, best practice is I made an account. The admin can then simply go over to whatever network share or whatever resource and add RF service to that resource. So as I said, I was kind of crafty, and I got local systems so it can talk to Active Directory, no problem. Most cases it can, unless you're in when you're in a lockdown environment. We see that happens a lot, is we can't even query Active Directory. So source and destination. I need to set up each one and then configure them. So I click sources and destinations, and this says it's going to make some tabs for me. Okay, cool enough. I'm going to go ahead and I hit the drop down, and now we've got Active Directory and LDAP. So anybody out there that's big Unix, Linux, not GroupWise, Novell, anything that's not Microsoft Active Directory, but instead is an LDAP implementation, Lightweight Directory Access Protocol, we could use that. And we only have one destination for RightFax, and that makes sense because we're only synchronizing it to RightFax. So I'm going to synchronize from Active Directory. Now, the name is completely irrelevant. However, again, best practices, you should probably name it the domain name. So it tells us what the display name is going to be, and my domain is OT Virtual. Again, spelling doesn't matter because this is just the name of a tab. Simple enough. Need to make a destination. So we can actually have, if you had multiple RightFax servers, you could actually have this authenticate to different servers and push users between different servers. So I'll choose my destination of Capteris RightFax. Again, display name purposes only. So I'll hit OK. That's it. So I'll hit OK there, and now I have two tabs. But here's where the fun comes in. We're going to talk about each one of these and break them down and what they do. Before I do that, I'm just going to log into my 08 server here real quick so I can draw some parallels between what we're doing. So, a couple tabs, filters, output, and special. So I'm going to talk about these kind of in reverse order. If you have profiles that were used by previous versions of our AD Sync, we actually used to call it AD Sync and not Capteris Sync module, we can import those old profiles. You're not going to run into this too much. This is an old customer would be using something like this if they wanted to. In most cases, you just set up something new. So output. When we talk to the Active Directory and grab users from groups, what are we getting? What are we doing? Let me just check this here real quick. Cancel. So, when I say what are we grabbing from Active Directory, we have a couple where there's properties, and these are Active Directory properties. These are completely dependent on Microsoft. If you're interested in a full list of what every Active Directory property is and what it does and where you can type in information for that property, definitely query some Microsoft articles because it's a very, it's an easy subject, but it's in-depth as far as when you start discussing different properties and where they are, you can grab some weird things. However, we give you the ability to grab every single available property from Active Directory. So when people want to get creative and say, well, you know, I need this this thing to go into the user properties, and it's not something Windows really has, but they'll figure out a field that they never fill out, type that information in, and then modify our collection properties to grab from that field. And when I'm talking about properties and what we grab, every time you look at, let's look at Michael Bolton here. By the way, I'm not a Michael Bolton fan. Someone else in my Active Directory. So every window in here is an Active Directory property. Every little single thing I can type in is a property. So again, where most people won't fill this out, but maybe they needed to grab some sort of weird property, we'll see people map RightFax properties to different things in here. We'll talk about mapping here in a second. Telephone number is going to be real important because when we want to do a routing code, I'm going to show you some cool things that we can do for that. So we're going to tell the synchronization module to go grab Michael Bolton's name. We're then going to tell it to make a username of Michael Bolton. So this is going to grab, I think that's Sam account name. We'll look at the properties here. So we're going to do a couple cool things. Plus, we can also have it automatically switch people over to do exchange routing. So you can import a ton of users, switch them all over to exchange routing automatically, import their email addresses, and start just by automatically routing things over to exchange with little configuration. Not having to create each user, go in and select the routing type in their email address and all that stuff. Auto-magical, I call it. So, a couple things we can do. Exchange properties, 12 properties we see we're collecting. Windows properties. Basically, exchange properties is the same as Windows properties, but 2 more properties, and of course that's going to be the email address and 1 other property for mail. Let's see what those properties are. Now, we give you 2 default properties, and something really cool is you want to edit one of them. We're like, yeah, how about you not do that? You can view it, or you can copy it and edit it, but the whole thing is we know what this is by default when we're troubleshooting and collecting things. Sometimes it's configuration that we have to troubleshoot, so if we know that the default works, it's all about, okay, what did we create and how did we not configure it properly? So it says, hey, you're trying to edit a default one. Do you want to view it instead? Sure. Cool. So default exchange properties, I'm grabbing the company, facsimile telephone number, legacy exchange distinguished name, mail, voice mailbox, the name, object SID goes into NT linking. It's in a couple crazy places, but we'll analyze this once we're done here. Other facsimile telephone number, other telephone, SAM account name, telephone number. So again, I come in here and start looking at New York City. This would be name, email. SAM account name is here. Telephone number, phone. You could start adding extra phone numbers into here, so on and so forth. So we're going to go in and grab these properties and make RightFax users out of them. So that's the whole concept behind the user properties collection. I'll cancel that. If we look at the default ones, you see it doesn't have email and legacy exchange DN in there. So in our case, you know what, I'm going to say, you know what, grab the exchange stuff. I want to see that in action. Now, a couple things is deleting users. When deleting users are detected, what are we supposed to do? So when a user is removed from Active Directory, what are we supposed to do in RightFax? Because the old school way was we just deleted it. We did not care about their faxes. Generally, though, when you're getting into firing employees, you don't want to get rid of any documentation of things, you know, that was going on. So it's kind of a bad practice. So again, earlier when I had deleted a user and it says, whoa, hey, this guy owns some faxes, it had some prompts for me. So only delete if user's empty, obviously no faxes. Never delete the user. Well, you deleted them from Active Directory, don't get rid of them from RightFax. Or you know what, I deleted them from Active Directory for a reason, get rid of them in RightFax. The other option that throws another variable in there is, well, what if I was synchronizing from a group and then I say, you know what, no longer synchronize from that group? Well, I didn't delete them from Active Directory. I just said don't synchronize them anymore. What are we supposed to do here? And this is where we can say, treat users that were previously synced but are no longer included in the sync as if they had been deleted. So if I stop syncing them, they'll get deleted. If I check them, and if I don't have this checked, it will then say, oh, well, you just stopped synchronizing it. I'm not going to do anything, depending on this top window here, what it says there. But if I check it, it says, you know what? If they're no longer synced, we're going to get rid of them. This is really dangerous. Again, it liked to warn me when I checked it. So, collect these properties, what to do with deleted users. Well, what users am I even collecting? And that's what the filters are. So I'm going to hit New. It says, okay, cool. What domain are we going to? This is where we actually get important. So I'm going to OT Virtual. If you have multiple domains, Cool. You can select that from there. This is completely dependent on what's available to Windows. If you're in a multiple-leveled forest environment and you can't go... Let me see if I can do this. Oops. If I'm in a multiple-user environment, and when I hit this drop-down, or I'm sorry, multiple domain, if I hit this drop-down and can't see every domain I want to see, there's no way RightFax is going to see it either. We're dependent on Windows for network browse. See here, we got a question. Yeah, is property the same as attribute? Yes. When we go out and pull a property from Active Directory, it's an Active Directory attribute. There are some terminology differences in there, but yes, property and attribute are the same. You'll actually find in Microsoft documentation, it's more going to talk about Active Directory attributes. So let me get back in here. Okay, so which domain am I going to? Cool, otvirtual.edu, sounds good. Now what organizational units do I want to pull from? Now, I'm going to show you an example, and I actually don't even follow my best practice. I follow generally what people have in their environment. I recommend doing two things. Set up two groups, call one RF admins. I recommend setting up two organizational units. Call one RF admins and call one RF users. That way you could set up two different mappings to pull in people you want as users, one as admins. Also, this keeps things very, very easy on your Active Directory administrator. That way that they can go in and say, oh, you know what, every time I got to add somebody into the system, drop them into RF users. That way when your synchronization module runs, it's going to go out and pull from that, depending on the interval that we set. Yeah, so we had a question about using attributes for like billing codes. So, remember I was saying earlier I see people map things to different things in there? We have an area of billing codes, and these are important to a lot of people. There's no billing codes sections in here last time I checked. So what I'll see people do is say, okay, well, you know what? Billing code 1 is going to be in this box. Billing code 2 will be in this box. So what they do is then set up RightFax, or set up the properties collection to grab these two fields, and then when we get to what a transform file is, they say map the PO box to billing code 1, map city to billing code 2. That's about the most creative that we get with stuff. But again, you know, we're going to query Active Directory for available attributes, and we can definitely pull from anything you can type in any of these little fields. So I'll see people do this a lot. They use unused fields in Active Directory to map them to stuff they want in RightFax, and the biggest one is billing codes, because that's the really only custom piece of information we use that's not in there. So, and when we, like I said, this is, like I said, can be an infinitely complex topic or easy. So, getting into the customization is where things get kind of tricky. But so in this instance, I'm saying, okay, go out to this domain, and what organizational units do I want it to talk to? So in this, I had set up a couple different OUs, just as far as for a visual. And people say, well, select departments, that should get everything. No. Departments is an organizational unit, finance, HR, manufacturing, which is still improperly spelled, and bosses are sub-organizational units of this one. So in this case, I actually want to choose these. Again, your Active Directory is going to look 100% different from mine. Best practices and for ease of use, if I just had one that said RF admins, RF users, that would make life really easy, and it's not that hard for an Active Directory person to set up. Yeah, question came up. There are 16 custom attributes in Exchange but not visible in the properties. Can these attributes be used? I would say yes. Let me show you here real quick what we have. I'll show that to you in a second here. So at this point, I'm actually done in this filter window. If I want to make my life hard, then I start doing included and excluded groups. Included means I'm only going to synchronize people in these groups. Excluded means I'm going to synchronize everything but these. If I leave these blank, it will synchronize everybody in these OUs. So I'll hit OK. So somebody had asked about the extra exchange properties. If I were to do new, call this test, I'm setting up a new properties collection that says, well, you know, yeah, that's nice, you got 10, that's nice, you got 12, but I want to do some extra stuff. As you see, it is a very, very, very large list. It should be able to find, here is your MS Exchange stuff, it should be able to find every hidden property as well because we're querying Active Directory. So what the question really entailed was, when I go in here and look at these user properties, this is not everything Active Directory has to offer. There is a ton of hidden stuff. So that's when you're getting into customization. You have to go into the property picker and say, okay, here's an approval application link, arbitration mailbox, archive database. I mean, yeah, sometimes I think we put way too much, but again, we're just querying what Active Directory has available. So again, yeah, this should cover all hidden attributes as well. As you see, I'm still looking at just MS Exchange attributes. Again, when you install Exchange, it's part of Active Directory. Here is specifically Outlook Web Access properties. I mean, yeah, there's everything in here. It's crazy. So again, if you ever decide, well, I want to pick out a custom list of stuff that I'm going to query on Active Directory, you should hit up Microsoft first. Real thing is Google. What's MS EXCHTUI speed? What is that? And it'll tell you exactly what it is and where you can find it. But yeah, if you're into Active Directory, as we all know, ADSI Edit shows us everything, and that's where you'll find a lot of these hidden attributes at. I hope that answered that question just fine. So yeah, a lot of stuff in here. If it's part of Active Directory, we can get a hold of it. So back to where we were. So I said, talk to OT Virtual, talk to these organizational units. When you talk to them, grab these properties that we are predefined, and then what do we do about deleted users? And then special is for old versions, integrating if you're going through upgrades and things like that, migrating old profiles for AD Sync into this. So where we're going, who we're talking to, what we're getting. Now we need to talk to where are we going? What RightFax server? Now this is pretty easy actually. There's not too much to configure in this tab. This button here is the most confusing little thing, and I'll probably have to explain it 2-3 times because it's weird until you can draw the parallels. So what server am I syncing to? Cool. Hello. There we go. Like I said, spelling this early. Not my strong suit. So what server am I going to? Fair enough. Now, RightFax account, and I'll say it again, RightFax account. What this little box means is making users in RightFax is an administrative function. When the sync module does it, it actually logs into RightFax as a user to create these accounts. Here's where this just confuses everyone and confused me for a long time. So it says, hey, well, if you're doing NT authentication, do you want to log into RightFax using the NT account that's in service account? So what that means is I'm going to go down to service account, check the login, and see if he's mapped to somebody in RightFax and then use that account. If you had already set up NT mapping and had some other users set up already, that's one thing. Most people are not going to use NT authentication using service account. Come in here and actually tell it which one you're going to use. And I'll tell you, for less chance of failure, tell it what you're going to use. Cool. In this case, he's got no password, so I'll delete that. Cool. So I specified where I'm coming from, where I'm going to, which server, who to log in as. The Users tab, hey, cool, a concept we've seen a couple times already. Who's going to be the template? So again, when I said, you know what, you might want to make a couple different mappings, sync people in as users, sync people in as admins, real easy.
And when you're not around.
Yes. The other thing is incoming user account mapping. Sync normally creates a new user for each RightFax user. Okay, makes sense. However, what if you find somebody in Active Directory that's already got the same username in RightFax? We attempt, instead of just making a new account, to map those onto existing RightFax users. If we weren't using this, it would generally destroy the account and then put in something new. So this is, I would not uncheck this box. There's very minimal situations where I could ever find a valid reason to do that. So, where we're going to, who we're logging in to make these accounts, who's my template, what are we doing if we find existing users, what Active Directory am I talking to, which organizational units do I grab, what properties do I grab from there, but we haven't talked about mapping yet, because that's kind of we have to set up a source and a destination first. Once those are set up, now the New button comes up. We click on New, real easy. Where we coming from, where we going to, and then the biggest ha-ha window. It's real small, looks real easy, but you can get really crazy in this area. A transform file. The transform file says, okay, now that I've pulled in these properties, where do you want me to put them in RightFax? Let's take a look at that. We give you, 7 off the bat. So Active Directory to RightFax, source, destination. If I'm not doing anything with Exchange, I'm going to select this. Now, Microsoft being infinitely awesome, they renamed Active Directory, Exchange attributes between 2007 and 2010. Not exactly nice. So, Exchange, 2003, we didn't put a label on it. 2007, 2010, or 2010. So make sure you're picking your right version of Exchange, because when we go out and do mappings, we need to make sure that we got the proper transform file. Notes LDAP to RightFax, what that means is I'm going to talk to a Lotus Notes server. I'm going to pull down the Lotus Notes users and make them in RightFax. Notes LDAP with gateway means, okay, I'm going to pull them in. I'm also going to change everyone's routing over to Notes routing, and I'm going to put that in RightFax. Now, in my case, oh, sure, fire away.
Guillermo, we're running actually 2 servers, Exchange servers with 2 different versions.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
How does that affect what you're talking about right now?
Mm-hmm.
Who is your, it's going to be the newest version that takes over, because that's the one that's going to integrate all the new properties into Active Directory. I would say if you're using, probably the most common thing we're seeing out there is people are using 2010 for like their hub transports and edge transports and things like that, but still have some mailboxes housed on a 2007 server.
Actually, take it back a step. We're in 2003, 2007.
Okay, yes, same deal though. I would use 07 because 07 is the one that's got the attributes populated into Active Directory. Because when you install that, that's the first thing it does is make all the schema changes into Active Directory. So I would always synchronize off the newest version that you have. So in your case, 07.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. No, that's a great question. I never considered exactly that, but I know just the architecture of Exchange and what it does and why these properties are important, so definitely I'd always use the newest version. So we've got these transform files. I like to dip into a little bit of what they look like to really draw the parallels between mapping. So in my case, I'm going to come in here and I'm going to just choose, let's just do open. It's an XML file, nothing too fancy. So first thing we see is just a template match saying, okay, RF attribute, and ATTR, what's the attribute name? So it's saying, okay, take the user ID, and that's going to be mapped to whatever the SAM account name was. SAM account name in this case is Michael Bolton. I've got to choose a better example. Anyways, yeah, so SAM account name's Michael Bolton. So that says, okay, I grab Michael Bolton, cool. Michael Bolton, all one word, because Windows doesn't allow for spaces and usernames for login. And then it's going to push it in the user ID field. User ID. So his login name will then be Michael Bolton. We go down the list. Okay, object SID, associated NT account SID. So NT SID would be OT virtual, the slash, and Michael Bolton. Once we sync these in, I'll start showing you what it did there. You take a look back at the transform file. It says requires NT auth true. So you can imagine when I want to get kind of creative with my environment, say, you know what, sync everybody in. Go ahead and change all the exchange routing, all that fun stuff. But you know what? Don't NT link my accounts. I could come in and edit. I don't never recommend editing a source. So maybe make a copy, come in and change that variable to false, and then I could change that over. Here we see company. So again, come in here, address. Actually, the company attribute. I'm trying to remember what that is. I think that's part of organization. There we go. So it'll pull in the company attribute, and then actually map that in the to company field, which again ends up being, whoops, where is my company field here? It ends up putting it, let's go here, RightFax. It actually ends up mapping that kind of behind the scenes into the company field right here, so every time they send out, it'll actually, or I'm sorry, it'll put the company inside of the actual company field. I'll have to pull that up where that actually maps to. Anyways, not to get sidetracked here, but that puts that in, anyways, we start mapping all these attributes over one by one by one. Now, the one that I love to get a little bit more in-depth into is, okay, facsimile telephone number on New York. Oops, telephones. There's my telephone number. Now, this is real important, again, to know when a fax comes in, what is your PBX doing and what is it delivering you? 9 times out of 10, it's going to be the last 4 digits of a user's phone number because that's the unique part. Like I said, this company would own everything 555, maybe the whole 4,000 or 4,000 to 6,000 blocks. So it makes sense that the PBX is only delivering us the last 4 digits because that's the unique identifier. However, that's not always how it's going to be organized inside of Active Directory because when people send out contact cards or things like that, integrate with other systems, they want the full phone number. This is especially prevalent for the address book. So I take a look in here. It says, okay, route code. Then we're going to do something nice and fun. Take the facsimile telephone number and make it the route code. Sorry, inbound routing. So it's going to throw it in the route code. But again, it goes through and it does a formula, strips out all the numbers, and it leaves the last 4 digits and makes it the route code. So here's a real good opportunity. I want to talk about this real quick. I normally do this earlier, but there's a good point to be seen in here. Knowledge.opentext.com. If you're a current RightFax customer and you're under current support, you need a login to this website. If you do not have it, as soon as we're done here, knowledge.opentext.com, come in and request an account for yourself. This is going to give you access to all patches, Knowledge Center, our discussion forum. If you need to re-download, your base version of RightFax, you can do that here too. I can't tell you as an administrator if you do not have this, this is extremely detrimental not to have. When you click on this, it just simply fires an email off to customer service. Now, if we have any partners on the phone or resellers or authorized service providers, what I'd recommend is talk to your channel partner or your channel manager. Reason being is most likely you don't have a support contract for your own company because you're a reseller. This fires off an email to customer service. They simply take a look and see if you have a system identifier or a SUID, S-U-I-D. They see if it's under current support. They then make an account for you. If they don't find a current support contract, they just send you an email back saying we can't authorize an account. This happens more than not with our partners, so we need to get this. You need to have that set up through your channel rep, whoever that is. But if you're a customer that's just purchased RightFax or you do have a support contract, either in the email put in your system serial number or put in your SUID. That'll get you access to this quicker than anything. That's another best practices and kind of working around. Customer service verifies we have in the OpenText organization over 100 products. They simply look to see if you're under current support. RightFax doesn't really operate like that because we have tons of partners and tons of things and resellers and people that do business for us, and having a support contract's not realistic for them. So, because that's managed under a different level than customer service. So, anyways, that's my spiel. Get yourself an account. If you don't, you're missing out on a lot. So, I'm going to go ahead and log in. Hope this doesn't bomb out on me here. So, a couple things, like I said, Capteris is big. Opentext is a big company. We keep this labeled Capteris because we are still a brand name. People, when they don't see Capteris or RightFax, really get edgy about what they're doing. We're starting to do the transition and become more of the fax and document distribution group, but again, that's going to take years. So when I want to know about what product I'm doing, I come in and click Fax and Document Distribution Group. Lots of things, all of our resources. Champion Toolkit, these are written by support professionals. They're written by myself, other trainers, people that where it's a common set of documents or instructions that everybody asks for, and it's a proven step-by-step process time after time. We file those in Champion Toolkit. Customer alerts, straightforward. Discussions, if you've ever dealt with like the Microsoft MSDN stuff or seen any of that, when you can ask questions of and throw it out there, other customers, partners will respond, support will respond, myself will respond sometimes, salespeople, sales engineers. This is for everybody. If you've got a problem with your RightFax server that needs to be fixed and it's a high priority, don't throw it up in a discussion thinking support's going to come and just start talking to you real quick. Call in and open a ticket. Documentation, all of our administrators' guides, all of our connectivity things for MFPs, extra modules like the web services modules, documentation. Downloads, all your base versions of RightFax, 9.4, 9.3, 9.0. You can go all the way back to, I want to say 7.0. We don't support it, but for people that need, still have old RightFax versions, you can still get them. Our partner community, things that are available to us, so on and so forth, through the partners, different events and things like that. Patches, this is where I would get my Feature Pack 1. This is where I would get my Service Release 3, so on and so forth. Compatibility Matrix, release schedules, support life cycles. Let me go ahead and click that real quick. So, when I take a look at a couple of different of our software products, we go through and give you the life cycles on those, where we're currently at with that. Let's see, wait, did it put under fax server? Yeah. So, real important, fax server, RightFax 9.3. This is the last version we're supporting. Real important. This is a tentative date for when we will stop supporting all versions of RightFax 9.3. Tentative. However, this is to give you a really good idea that we could do it on the 5th. We might extend it depending on what's going on. However, it's a good time, being in, we're Q2 now. It's a good time that in Q4, when this is stopped supported, you should probably start planning out your 9.4 upgrade. Or, when RightFax 10 drops this year, it should drop in, I'll say the next quarter, but please do not quote me on that, because we like to make sure things work before we ship them out. It should drop later this quarter. But anyways, so maybe going from 9.3 to 10 would probably be the best solution. Because as you see, our plan is always 36 months after a subsequent version, as far as when we release the big bases, 9.3, 9.4, 10, 10.1, 10.2, whatever it's going to be in there. 36 months after we release a major base version, we will retire support for the subsequent versions. So, anyways, I like to go over this knowledge center because, as you see, I could talk about it for hours, but there's tons of stuff, and as an administrator, huge tool. So the one I'm really interested in that's going to tie back to my user synchronization is knowledge base. Because to understand the transform file and what the options are and what language we're talking in there, we're going to need some articles. So in this case, I want to look at RightFax to narrow down my Knowledge Center. So let's see, I was interested in, let's say maybe I got a longer route code. Maybe I route by 7 digits and I don't want it to strip down to 4 digits.
Mm-hmm.
So I could come in and do, let's see here, sorry. Let's just see, route code and the sync module. And let's see what we get in here. Hey, manipulating digits for routing codes when using the Capterra sync module. Now, of course, I exactly know what to type in and everything to get it, but you see where just based on a few things I could go in there and put that in. RightFax user properties available to the sync module. Well, we saw that we can grab every Active Directory attribute. What can I map to in RightFax? So that's a little cool for planning out if I want to do something more than just the standard. But if I wanted to come in and look and say, okay, well, I want to manipulate some extra stuff in here, we explain this section of code, what it means. We tell you which variables to replace. There's an X, there's a Y. Replace Y with the number of digits you want to route. Replace X with the number of digits you want to route on -1. So that way we could route, we could ask for extra digits and strip the number. And if you wanted to route on 7 digits, it would look like 6 and then 7. And then if you want to create the custom transform file, we give you the specific section of code, show you what to put in there, so on and so forth. So we do this for a lot of stuff. Let me show you another one in here that we do. Again, so we already get the concept. Cool, you're taking something out of Active Directory, mapping it to RightFax. Awesome. The next one that we always get is route info. So route info, that's going to change my routing selection, and it says what it's going to change it to is 11. Well, thank God that the developer was kind of cool and commented the code and put that in there. But as we see with this default transform file, it's going to change all my routing to Exchange. Maybe I don't want that. Maybe I want to grab all the email addresses and not switch over the routing, just to have a more thorough user setup. It's also going to change my notifications over to Exchange, and it's going to route stuff in a TIFF format. We had a question earlier, well, what if I want to do PDFs? Do I really want to go through the thousands of users I did just to switch the routing over to PDF? Most likely no. So again, I could come back in. I'll back up one page here. You'll have to excuse me, my resolution's huge, so it looks good in presentation. But if I wanted to say, what was the variable there? It was just route format. Yeah, route format. Route format options for Kappa Sync. I open this up here. It tells me, oh, okay, cool. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if I wanted that, I would come back in here and change that value to a 5 and make a new file. And again, if I wanted to change the routing type to something else, maybe I want to synchronize everybody in and do network routing. Cool. That's a routing type of 4. And it tells me also, some of these routing options do not have everything in there. Network directory has all the different ones for every file type. Exchange is limited to, you can't do DCX or PCX. So definitely kind of cool there. We got a lot of, like I said, the Capterra sync module, as crazy as you want to make it or as simple as you want to make it. Anyways, that's my whole spiel about the network directory, or I'm sorry, the Knowledge Center. Do yourself a favor, get an access account to this because there's a wealth of information in here that is so important for post-trainings. So anyways, this is, we got a little idea of what this is going to do. It's going to sync stuff in, give me a 4-digit user code. It's going to put in my email address. It's going to change my route types to Exchange. It's going to make all my notifications come across to Exchange. It's going to drop everything over as a TIFF format, and it's really going to complete all those little properties in my user window. I'll come back in here. And yes, a long time ago we were talking in this, but I'll go ahead and pick which transform file I want. Like I said, our default options are really nice things that people commonly use, so you don't have to edit these. Development took a lot of time to figure out what's going to be the common feature set. So, source, where I'm going or where I'm grabbing from, what Active Directory, what users I'm grabbing, what Active Directory attributes am I grabbing, which server am I going to, who am I logging in to create these users. How do I map the Active Directory stuff to the RightFax stuff? And last and most important, when do I want to do it? Every hour? Maybe on a set time. Continuously, if you're troubleshooting or you're doing something in a test environment, you might want to set that up so you can see, okay, I'm just going to have it, after it's done syncing, start another sync. I'll go delete something in Active Directory. Let's see how that behaves on the server. Again, for testing and diagnostics, not for production. This will, in large user environments, grind you to a halt. It's very, very cumbersome. So I'm going to go in and say, you know what, go ahead and grab it every hour. And then the most important checkbox, also schedule the sync after the control panel is closed. Because after I'm done, instead of waiting till the top of the hour or at my time, I would really like to synchronize all the users in at first. So what we'll do, I'll go ahead and hit OK here, and that's my mapping. So if I had maybe a different Active Directory, maybe it talking to different organizational units, maybe a different server, I could do multiple mappings in here. Anyways, long story short, this should be configured properly. I can hit cancel out of that real quick. I'll hit apply. It'll stop the module. I hit OK. It restarts the module, and it should start synchronizing. I click out and click back in to refresh it, and it's grabbed all my users. It's stripped 555-555 away, and it's only got the routing codes I want in there now. I move over a little bit. It's changed my routings. And it's actually gone through and linked a couple of my accounts. As we see, this user actually doesn't happen to have any exchange information in it. We've actually got, and these two other users are the default user. But everything is now NT linked as well, because we set that up. This is a lot nicer, more nice. It's so much more slick than just import users from NT domain. And like I said, we normally don't cover this in class, but I mean, you could see how to make a user understand the concepts of it. But as you know, administrators, what are you really going to do? You're going to set up some synchronization as soon as you're done. That's what I see time after time and time again. So now I've got all these nice, pretty users. I'll close this out. I did something to for this. Now, one thing is, RightFax Fax Util is not doesn't. If I had it open already, it's not really going to respond to configurations changes. So a lot of times you'll have to close and reopen it. Here we see all my extra users. When I come in and take a look at these user properties, let me back up because that's very important. Hold on one second. Let's see. Sync without starting over. Yeah, question came up. If you've already done NT import, can you sync without starting over again? Most certainly you can. That's that whole checkbox. Let me go back here real quick and address that question. Sync normally creates new RightFax users for each user it finds. This option tells Sync to map users onto existing users. So, let's say I had everybody NT imported. Then I say, you know what, this is a pain, it didn't do what I wanted, let me sync. Well, as long as this username matches what Active Directory is going to import, which most times it is, I rarely seen these differ. Instead of destroying the account, it will then map whatever information it's pulled over onto this account instead of getting rid of it. Again, that's this checkbox right here. Whoops. Or, instead of creating a new user, this option tells Sync to try to map users onto existing users before deciding to create a new user. So it would then take its user properties and stuff and force it on stuff that's already in RightFax. But keep in mind, if your transform file changes the routing types and stuff, it's going to change all these routings. You're just keeping the user and its faxes instead of, actually making a new account. So it's going to modify all the properties while still preserving the user and its faxes. So I hope that answers that question. So something we notice when we synchronize in users, they get a nice little green dot by their head. That means they are part of a synchronization process. As you see when I right-click and edit, it says, hey, Dave, by the way, this user's updated by a sync process. You can go edit whatever you want, but when it syncs again, it might overwrite it. You want to edit this user? Sure, why not? Well, because I know if my sync is only grabbing in XYZ properties, I might be able to go in and set some different stuff. Who's this user? Kim. So if I wanted to go in, like I said, if I know we're not grabbing certain properties and not mapping them, then I can most certainly edit these. But you can bet if I came in here and edited her address to something, save that out, next time, and mine's done at the top of the hour, it's going to replace that. That's how synchronization works. It's synchronizing the properties I asked for to put them into properties in RightFax. So let's just analyze the sync real quick, and then I'm going to move on to some other stuff. When we turned on NT linking, we said that was true. We said map it to what's called the object SID, which in the Active Directory world, your SID is what your user account generally is. It's the unique identifier for it. The username it pulled in as the SAM account name. So SAM account name is who logs into Windows. What's the username they use? We made the same user ID. We pulled in the name, though, as Kim Space Dawson. We actually let me cancel out and go back in. We pulled in, again, the mail address, changed the mail routing over. Now, since this is Exchange 2010, and 2007 will do this as well, they're moving away from the unique X400 type of stuff, which is the legacy DNs, and Exchange really wasn't SMTP highly friendly until 07. That's because, mail systems are all SMTP anymore. We need to, mail systems need to be more universal and not proprietary, so you can integrate with them in different ways. So we changed the Exchange format. We put in the, in this case, when it asked for the DN in 2010, it gave the email address. Our routing code, it stripped off 555-555 and just put in the last numbers here. We also put in the fax number in our field over here. A couple cool things like that. It does a lot of fun stuff as far as makes life for an administrator really easy. But yeah, that's exactly what synchronization is going to do. So let's move on here real quick. We're going to talk about groups. I'm going to talk about fax aging. I'm going to jump into some cover sheets here real quick. And then we're going to talk a little fax reporting, and that should take us to the end of our day. So, groups. What can we do in a group? Well, if we think this is just like Windows, people are part of a group, and then I can apply certain stuff to a group, so it applies to all the users in the group. So, let's take a look at what we got here. Group ID, okay, cool. I can name it whatever I want. Not only can I have an administrator, but I can have an alternate administrator. Administrators can have access to all mailboxes into the group, so sometimes you want to have 2 administrators. We just have to give you the ability to do that. Cover sheet model. Now this is a fun one, and when I talk about cover sheets, this will come really into play. Let me show you user properties to explain this real quick. So default outbound settings, system default. No, that doesn't explain it. When you see system default at a user level, that means use the group's default cover sheet. It's a little confusing, but when we come in here, again, we see system default. Not fun. This one, though, tells us something different. So user level, use system default means use whatever the group says. In the group, when it says system default, that means fcs.pcl. Now, why we just don't select that, I don't know, but again, system default means something in different areas. Notification, we can set that type for the whole group. I'll talk about deleted fax records here in a second. We can enforce fax cover sheets. We can enforce things to be held for preview. Maybe if you got a new hires group, maybe hold all faxes for preview in that group till they get used to the system and they're not just sending out bad faxes. For scheduling, if things are of a certain size, certain time built up, we can delay those so they go out at a different time. Maybe peak hours is a good one I see people use that for. Smart fax distribution. I'll explain this. This is kind of weird, but you see a routing code, you're like, oh, cool. I can just go ahead and put in a routing code, and then anytime a routing code's received, it'll route to everyone in that group. No, that is not how this works. You put in a routing code, and it does work that when it receives a fax, that routing code, it's going to do a smart fax routing. What that means is it's going to go through linear or balanced. Linear says, okay, I have user 1, user 2, user 3, and they're part of this group. Someone calls into 555-5645. The call comes in from the PBX. We see the routing code. We're like, oh, a group has that routing code. It says, okay, user 1, you get the fax. Next call comes in, user 2 gets it. Next call, 3. Back again to 1, 2, 3. So linear, it's going to go first, second, third, fourth, first, second, third, fourth. It's going to keep doing that and just distributing the faxes to everybody that's a part of that group. Balanced means this works based on unviewed faxes. So I've got 3 users. User 1 has 2 unviewed faxes. User 2 has 1 unviewed fax, and user 3 has 2 unviewed faxes. Fax comes in a balanced method. It's going to distribute it to the person with the least amount of viewed faxes because it sounds like they're working harder than everybody else. So that's the balanced method. Member refusal allows somebody through Fax Util to go in and say, remove myself from smart fax distribution. It's a good idea when people go on vacation. But if you don't allow them to refuse it, which is also a good idea because then you make sure work gets distributed, that's smart fax distribution. Fax dialog customization, I love this. Every single button, every single checkbox, every single drop-down menu that is available in fax information, you can get rid of it. This is really good when you don't want people messing around in different areas. So, let's say billing code field. I've got billing code field 1, 2, and the lookup button. I can get rid of 1, 2, and the lookup button for everyone in this group. I'll hit OK for that. Something you'll see. Again, like I said, RightFax isn't an amazing updater through the Fax Util. Close and reopen. New fax, they're gone. We can get rid of these checkboxes. We can get rid of everything here. We can get rid of every one of these windows. We can get rid of these buttons, depending on what you want to do. We can get rid of the cover sheet fields. So this way you can make groups that if you want to restrict their information or not allow them to change information, you can make it disappear by the use of fax dialog customization. Kind of a fun one. The last one I talk about is automatic fax aging and days to keep deleted fax records. So let's talk about how it works when we delete something. So part of my awesome checks and balances is I have someone that goes through and runs a report every month to find out fax activity on my server. Well, it makes it really impossible for them to go back over a month if people are deleting faxes. So when someone deletes a fax, it gets rid of it. What it does is it marks it for deletion. Mm-hmm. And then based on this variable here, tells it how long to keep it in the database. So what that means is maintenance runs every day at 2 a.m. You can change that. Now, we can say when someone deletes a fax at 2 a.m. when it goes through, it gets rid of just the image, but leaves the record in the database because we have reporting tools that talk to the database to find out different statistics, and we'll cover those here in a second. So we can set that to different variables to keep those in the database. If I set that to 0, every day I'm going to lose at 2 a.m. Anything I chose to delete is gone permanently. Also, that's something else I want to talk about. We do not auto-delete anything. Out of the box, we don't choose to delete stuff. So, if I'll get a call every once in a while when I was in support. Someone's like, RightFax is automatically deleting my stuff. I didn't tell it to do that. Well, I hate to, be blunt, but yes, you did. We do not set stuff up to automatically delete. And that's what automatic fax aging is. Looks like we got a question. 1 second. Can the same faxes be distributed to all users in a group? No. That is a downside, and that's something that I've always been grumpy with. That why can't I just have one user and it distributes multiple faxes? No, it just comes in and it will only drop faxes to each person one by one by one. Now, what you can do is do some different things, like if you were really interested in that, what you could do is make. Sorry, let me take a step back and talk about that question here. So the question was: can the same faxes be distributed to all users in a group? No, we're not really designed that that's an optimal setup. So here's how I've seen how people handle that in their best practices. They'll come in and they'll make a new user and they'll call it again, I use reservations because it's always a good example of tons of faxes coming into one spot. So what I do is I would come in and say, okay, reservations. I would then give it a routing code. But then I would come in and go unprotect mailbox. So that way, other people can log in as their own username and view faxes. And what this does is it provides an audit trail. So when someone logs in and views the faxes, it tags their name as having viewed the fax. Unprotecting the mailbox lets other people go in and look what was delivered to that mailbox. So that's, like I said, when people call in saying, I want to see all my faxes delivered to a group of people, that's generally what we see happens, is they actually create one mailbox, one number, unprotected, so multiple people can have access to it. And then the other method is kind of the message that we had talked about earlier, was they have them all route to an email alias, which then delivers them all to multiple email recipients. Yeah, that is a very common question, and actually it's been development designs things, and that's an architectural thing that I know that has been asked multiple times. However, we have multiple ways of working with it and using it to use the product for its actual intended design.
You can't configure this to multiple email addresses. You can't set it up where you can have the same faxes go to like a designated group. You know, you can have a group set up and have the same fax go to that designated group. It won't work that way. So
right.
We'll go back to doing mailing lists.
Right, and like I said, you know, with Exchange being able to accept an email to one address and routing it to multiple destinations, that's one way. And with the ability to unprotect a mailbox, it gives the ability for multiple users to be able to view a fax instead of it only be delivered. It's only delivered to one spot, but multiple people can view it instead of just having to change their logins and log in as different people. That's more of how the product is. I'm sorry?
And I'm here at the University of Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
At the University of Chicago, we support the campus. My department supports the campus and the hospital. The situation is, with our faxes, is that we have a group of people who receive the same faxes for medical records, for prescription refills, and in fact, I don't know of one account that we're using on our current legacy system that does not send to more than one person.
Right.
So.
Yeah, like I said, and that's where we look at the external systems for, like you're saying, using the mailing lists from Exchange. And like I said, if you were looking at strictly integrating and only using Fax Util to receive and deliver faxes, that's where I would make in your case, where like I was saying, if I was only using Fax Util and wasn't using email, I would have a unified number that multiple people could look at, because I'm sure your prescription line is different from maybe your med records line and things like that.
Right. Like a prime example would be for a nurse's station. Okay? There's different shifts of nurses, different nurses every day. So they want all those parties to receive the same faxes. So you're saying I should set up a generic type account that they all have access to.
Yeah, you could do that they could all have access to. That would generally be the best way that I would see something like that occur. That way, you know, if you could do like nurse station 1, nurse station 2, 3, 4, 5, and then, you know, familiarize them with what the login is for there, so that way they could get into it. Or they could have their own login and then have access to, that's where we get into delegates, where you can delegate certain people to have control over other mailboxes. We don't get into delegates too much, because that's also a very, I call it theory crafting. You know, you're really trying to determine what's the best for your environment, but you can delegate that certain people have access to certain mailboxes. So that's where I would say, you know what, we'll do reservations and then make Nurse A, Nurse B, Nurse C delegates of the Nurse Station 1 mailbox. So that way they could all log in and they could all see it. So they could have not only their personal faxes, but then they could go look at that, you know, Nurse Station 1 mailbox or fax inbox and see what's in there too. I would probably recommend the second method of delegates, mainly because I know when you get into HIPAA, audit trails are real big. So instead of having, a general mailbox that everyone uses the same username and password for, which then might become a security issue of who's doing what, I would have that mailbox, that general mailbox, and then make everyone else delegates of that mailbox. So anytime they viewed the fax, it stamps their name on viewing it.
Okay.
Yeah. No, that's a really good question, and I know the medical industry with faxing, it is a big deal, and like I said, it's always I hate saying, well, RightFax doesn't do that. It's like, well, here's how we handle it, because we can always achieve what you're looking for, but sometimes, like I said, with the mailing lists and stuff like that, that's where, we would want to talk to a mailing list instead of an individualized address. But yeah, we only support one mailing address, and then you're looking at unprotecting a mailbox or making other users delegates of a certain mailbox in RightFax to achieve what you're looking for. But yeah, totally, it's not something that you're really left out in the cold and we can't do. It's just, here's how we configure it to achieve your desired result.
All right.
Yeah. Good question, though. Like I said, I love questions because it spawns thought, and other people on the phone are like, oh, well, I didn't consider that either. So those are really excellent questions. So let's do this. Oh, let me talk about fax aging, then I want to jump into cover sheets, so we're all familiar with that, and then I'll squeeze in fax reporting at the end here. So deleting records. This is really super important for administrators. There's an adage that we use around support that I try to get people to stop saying, but RightFax is not a document archive system. And that's very true. We receive the fax, and really we leave archiving up to other applications and things like that. RightFax is just really big into maintenance and deleting and cleaning things out. We do have an add-on module for, it's called RightFax Alchemy Archiving Link. What that is we have a separate product called Alchemy, and that is for document indexing, document storage, meta tagging, all that fun stuff, and really archiving things off. So in the case of medical records and things like that, and faxes, and how long are we supposed to keep stuff, here's what I often see. Let me explain automatic fax aging. Real quick, we go in and we just want to delete stuff. We do not care about archiving things off. You can archive if you do purchase a module and have the separate archive solution, but here's what automatic fax aging says, is if a fax record is X days old, delete it. So we see the different stipulations of received, viewed or printed, unviewed, unprinted, successful sends, abandoned sends, outbound incompletes. Certified documents is our emailing system, which I kind of talk about as the certified mail. We know you got it, we know you read it, we know you picked it up from the post office. We sell a module like that is really cool. We actually set up and go over that in the fundamentals course if anyone's interested. Anyway, so we can say, you know what? By default, these aging things, every day at 2 a.m. we take a look at the fax user's inbox and say, are you X days old? Actually, a better way of looking at it is, are you X hours old? So if I receive something at, we don't really go by calendar date, we go by hours, because then 2 days is really 48 hours. Sometimes when you receive stuff early in the morning, like if I receive something at 1:30 this morning, archiving runs today, then the next day, it's going to pick it up the next day and think something's 2 days old already. No, it has to be 48 hours old. It then simply goes in and deletes it. Well, again, when I talked about deletion and things being flagged for deletion, it removes it from the user's inbox, but then once the fax record is 30 days old, we get rid of it from the database. And that's important for reporting, and like I said, the best example is, I need to get a monthly volume read. Well, if people are deleting things, I can't tell what happened this month. So in this case, if I just went down the line and said 2 days, 2 days, 2 days, 2 days, 2 days, and I had this run automatically, and this is where administrators get into trouble, is they set up a scheme of how they want to do it, but they're not accounting for stuff that people already have that's very old. This is a best practice is as soon as you set up a server, you should probably go in and set this up, because I'll see admins that are 5-6 years down the road on their servers come in and set this up and delete everything. Just completely obliterate all the faxes, because everything's mostly, in 3 years, everything's older than 2 days. So, it's going to go in and get rid of everything. This is a part of the planning thing that I really highly recommend setting up ahead of time. So if I set all these to 2, it's going to go in the main folder and delete everything. Now we have settings apply to all user folders because I can make new folders. That, you know what, if someone really wants to keep faxes because they need to refer back to them for a piece of information or something was very useful they use on their day-to-day job and they don't want to get rid of it, have them move it off to a different folder. Oops, hello. Now, if I came in here and said setting applies to all user folders, that's going to purge everything from every folder that's older than 2 days / 48 hours old. Now, this doesn't mean that in 2 days the fax goes away, the image is gone. 30 days it's kept in the database. Now, 30 days old is from the time it was received, so after 2 days and it deletes it, 28 days later, it'll get rid of it. So if I really wanted to keep everything for a solid 30, I just add whatever number I used over here into my days to keep deleted fax records. Again, fax records are database. This is the user's folder when it gets rid of them. By default, 0 disables aging. Oops. That's how we set everything up by default, so RightFax isn't going to delete anything out of the gate.
Can the administrator see these other folders?
So if I was in Fax Util, let's see. If I go into everyone, let's see, Bob Porter. If Bob Porter made a new folder, yep, the administrator will see the extra folders.
Okay.
So yeah, like I said, the only other way to get around that is say, you know what, I don't care what folder it's in, delete it at a certain date, and then keep in the database for so long. So in the case of if I wanted 365, I need to keep everything for at least a year. I could come in and set that. I think your limit is 999 here. No, 34,463 days, which if I divided that up, I'd have to see how many years that is, but yeah. So you can keep things for an incredibly long time. You know, it's going to make your images folder bigger. It's going to make your database bigger. So if you've got the room to support it, cool. I'm sure all of us know that have dealt with large databases. As they get larger, it takes longer to search on them. It takes longer to grab information from them. So, or you're putting more of a strain on your SQL environment. So if you got a big old, nasty SQL server that you can do all kinds of cool stuff with, sure. But if you're running this somewhere, some people run SQL on the same server they run RightFax, just beware of that stuff, because the only thing it does is it's a performance thing. We'll keep it there because, hey, SQL's not ours, it's Microsoft. So
other folders are also taking up storage?
Yes. Yep. Yeah. The folders really just is just for people to move things around and index things, but yeah, it's every time RightFax receives a fax, the two things it makes at minimum is a TIFF file, wherever the image directory is set up to go to, and a SQL database entry. Until it's actually deleted, I don't care where the fax is in any folder, it's going to stay in there until it's set to actually delete the record and set to age the faxes. So, something to keep in mind.
Now, do all my users have to have this client?
It depends. What are you? If I got their account set up to send to the email, nope.
Do they need access to a client?
Nope, not one bit. So in your case, what you would probably want to do is one of two setups for a medical environment. So everything's sending to an email. If you can audit the email, if you've got some storage stuff, things like that, if the email's sufficient in your environment to keep records, then you know what? I'd have RightFax every time it routes something over to a user. Delete after routing. That means it's going to delete it from the fax interface. Now, whether or not you want that is kind of negotiable. I personally, email in today's environments, well, I'll put it like this. Fax is still king because it's the highly auditable, completely legal solution. Once you filter it over to email, it's anyone's guess. whether or not it's an accepted standard and things like that. There's a lot of variances in HIPAA for what is exactly legit and what's not legit. And email, they can be spoofed depending on your email systems. There's some different things, but with RightFax, it's a database entry and an image file, so it's a record of receipt, audit trails, and everything like that, what's happening with it. What I would do is probably not do a delete after routing. What I would definitely do in your environment, this is, like I said, this is just me and some of my best practices, I would come in and say, you know what, RightFax, hang on to all faxes for a year, just at least a year, so I can get all the images, all the database records, everything I want. Like I said, now this is and this is actually you ask a lot of great questions here. This is because RightFax is a seamless system. Your users aren't doing any maintenance; they're not deleting anything. So unless you came in and set anything up, RightFax is constantly just going to get larger and larger and larger and larger with no intervention. Now, you as an administrator could come in and do some different stuff, but if you want things to automatically happen, I would say, you know what? Every 365, every time something gets over a year older, get rid of it out of RightFax. Maybe, I think sometimes some of the medical industry sticks to like a 7-year adage. You got to keep things for at least 7 years.
Right.
So I would say $395. So that way I could run a report every month. Every time something's a year old, it deletes, keeps the record in the database for another month so I could still report on it. And then after it's gone 365 days and a month, or 395 days, it'll delete it from the database. So this is automatically keeping your RightFax system clean. And like I said, it's a good idea since you're looking at like a seamless implementation going to email where the RightFax user has zero clue. Like I said, they have no idea that RightFax is even there. They just have a fax thing. They really don't even know what product they use. So this is probably, I would say, in your environment is the ideal setup. Everything goes to the user, stays in the user's mailbox for 365 days, deletes it after 365 days, 30 days later, removes it from the database. RightFax is nice and clean. Nothing is ever more than a year old.
Are there any limitations on, like, the storage size of a single fax or the number of pages
to
a single fax?
Nope, never run into one. The only thing I know we have an outbound limitation of 999 pages. Mm-hmm. I don't know, if people are sending 1,000-page faxes, that kind of scares me already. But, no, I've never run into...
The highest I got going on is 100 pages.
Oh, yeah, no, you're just fine. I have some of my manufacturing clients are 400 and 500 pages. So, yeah, you're golden. No, we've got no limitations because, again... So when we know what RightFax plugs into, it plugs into SQL and dropping images in a directory. So for images, disk space. That's your only limiter. So if you're out of disk space, then you got a problem. But I mean, I'll tell you, an average fax data image is 30 kilobytes. It's not big. Here, let me show you real quick. This is all my faxes I got in the system right now. So on average, they're about 30K. You can see that, 16K, 9K, 26K. Some of my biggest stuff, I was sending a PDF. I know exactly which fax I was demoing here. I sent a PDF, and they just go up with the more stuff on a page. When you follow some standard quick rules, average business document is about 10% coverage of text. That's a very tiny file. These happen to be large images I put into some of these files. So 100K.
So these are sent and received?
Yeah, sent and received. All the ones starting with zeros are sent. I should find a bunch starting with R that are received.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so literally, you're limited by the disk space that you have. So then when we flip over to the other side of, okay, so we covered the disk space for images. That's cool. Now when we talk about the SQL side, Microsoft limitations. I'll tell you, Microsoft supports a company called the Mediterranean Shipping Company. If you have any product in your house, it's probably come over by this shipping company. They're a Microsoft case study. They do billions of SQL transactions every year. That's something writing to a SQL database. So if you have a full-blown version of like SQL Enterprise, the sky's the limit, really. You're only really limited by how much processing time is being taken up on this server, because if this server is a highly used server and we can't write to SQL in a timely fashion, things are going to slow down. So again, RightFax really isn't limited on anything. We're limited just by the limitations of what we connect to. So your administrator can enforce SQL database size limitations. Might be a bad idea until you have a good understanding for about a year's worth of data. How much space does that take up on the SQL server? But, I mean, literally, we used to talk about space requirements in depth years ago, but now that, like, your average consumer can go and buy a 1 terabyte drive for about $100, space is starting to become so not a concern anymore. But just understanding that that's the only thing that'll ever really limit RightFax, and whatever limits SQL, we're going to have to obey that too. So, but then again, SQL I know can support clustering, mirroring, hot swap databases, all kinds of stuff. So, yeah, you're only limited by, like I said, generally disk space, and for SQL processing power. And if that server's overloaded, well, we're talking to something that's overloaded. We're going to slow down a little bit too if we can't write just as fast as we want to. So, but yeah, I get people that keep stuff in there for 7 years, and I don't recommend it, because, like I said, if you ever have to migrate in a very, very, very large database, that can take some time. So, but again, we don't have any hard and fast limitations other than SQL and disk space. And other than that, knowing SQL, you're generally good with a very large SQL database. So let's real quick. So that's automatic fax aging. Again, we just delete. We're not archiving stuff off. We're getting rid of it. This keeps RightFax clean as far as the amount of faxes we keep in it at any one time. But again, I've seen people keep ridiculous amounts of data in there with no problem. Just remember, if you have to migrate to new servers, if you're copying a ton of data, it might take a ton of time. So, data to keep deleted fax records. Again, we delete stuff, but then how long are we keeping things in the database so that they're searchable on? This is mainly for administrative/accounting purposes. Let's see here, question, billing codes. Sure, we can. I'll hop over billing codes here real quick. It's actually kind of a minimal type of thing, real easy, some different things we can do. Billing codes. Let me just make sure I got some things turned on here. Cool. Okay. Oops. Cool. Okay. So billing codes. Again, those are other big accounting factors that people like using for auditing. Lawyers, they get paid, by page for faxes. They charge for all kinds of fun stuff. I must have that turned off. Groups, everyone, edit. Dialect customization. Cool. Okay. Oops. Integration with Cisco Call Manager. Yeah, I'll shoot you an email about that, because we teach Fax over IP fundamentals class. That's a pretty in-depth question for outbound routing for configuration with Cisco Call Manager. We've got a lot of integration documents that specifically talk about that. I will go ahead and shoot those documents to you, because that is a little bit outside of the scope, but I want to give you the resources for that. Because I could go on for hours about that. There we go.
Thanks, Dave.
Oh, yeah, no problem. And, yeah, like I said, not that I don't want to end it. It's just a lot, and we're starting to get limited on time. So let's talk about billing codes real quick. RightFax will use billing codes. We can do it in a couple different ways. In billing codes, you can come in and actually just set up, right-click and choose New, and you give it a couple different descriptions. Now, I'll refer to this as billing code field 1, billing code field 2. The reason being is, come into Utility, Customize Cover Sheet fields, I can name that whatever I want. This updates in the database, it changes everything. You can name those fields whatever you want to. So I put company and code. When I look inside of RightFax now, to the company and code, it says billing in 1 and 2. So to create a billing code, I simply come in and do New. I give it Bob's Hardware. and maybe I have some sort of code that means something else in another system, maybe his customer code or something in my PO system, what have you, billing code for Bob. And description, of course, is a subjective field that just means something to you. How we use billing codes, a couple different things we can do. I can come in here, I can type a billing code in. Now, a couple things is you can type in any billing code you want. It doesn't have to be something that's in here, or it can, and we'll talk about that in a second. So I hit lookup. A couple things I can do. I can talk to an ODBC connection that maybe hosts all my billing codes in SQL, maybe an Excel spreadsheet, maybe an Access database. But again, ODBC connects to different database types. So if you've got them organized, we can go in and do add. You would tell us your ODBC connection, what it's named. I had one set up at one time to go to a SQL server, what the name of the billing table is, and what the names of the fields are. Again, if we have any type of security where we need to connect to an external source, we can set all that up as well. So we can talk to the ODBC types, or we can hit lookup and choose RightFax billing table, which brings up the billing codes I had before. You can search on any of these fields, or I can just simply click which one I want. That's the usage of billing codes. Now, where that becomes fun is a couple different areas. I hit Utility and Customize Cover Sheet fields, go to the Billing Codes tab, and I can say, verify billing codes for all send and receive faxes. If it does not exist in this table or your ODBC table, it will bomb out sending the fax saying invalid billing code and wait till you can correct it. So we take a little bit of what that looks like here. New, and I'll say Tim's Hardware and 111 or whatever. Let's see, test, and it doesn't matter. Send. Cool. Waiting for phone expansion, invalid billing code right off the bat. I'd come back in and edit the fax, do a lookup real quick. Now, key thing to remember, when you do a lookup, it searches automatically on whatever you've typed in here. So people say, oh, I don't have any billing codes. Well, not true. Search on nothing, it'll show you everything. So at this point, I could recorrect it, choose Bob's Hardware, hit OK, refresh it, goes through the conversion, schedule to be sent, so on and so forth. So that's billing code verification. A couple other things that we can do is, again, through permissions, I just show you back where all the different areas of billing codes bleed into. Permissions, well, you could say, you know what, someone can bypass that. Default billing codes to receive faxes, well, when we looked in the other tab, we can have people with automatic billing codes, so if something's received by a certain user, it's tagged with a billing code. Because remember, we looked at we can filter those different fields, so I can search on billing codes, especially lawyers with inbound faxes, stuff they have to read. Sometimes they want those automatically assigned. Because, you know, again, I always say lawyers because they get paid for really every facet of what they do. Not only can I say can bypass, I can also say, you know what, you can't look up billing codes. Or, you know what, you can't edit billing codes. So let's see, that is Alex Bain. So disallow editing of billing codes. Let's see what that looks like. So I'll hit OK here, close out, reopen. That was Alex Bain. This is now grayed out. So you know what? I don't want anybody to even be able to type something in there. I always want them to hit lookup. Well, that's one thing, but see, I haven't really enforced it, because now it's like, well, I want every fax to go out with a billing code. So test, this goes to a phone number, cool, and I hit send. Here. So they could look up and choose that and send that out and correct that. Now, the other way that we have going about that is enforcing billing codes. Customized cover sheet fields means if I check any one of these boxes, it's going to become a required field or a bold field. If I send something out with a field that is in bold and they have not completed it, it will say information incomplete. So if I say, okay, well, every outbound has to have a billing code. Hit OK there, close that, reopen it. Those are now bolded. So I could go in and satisfy that, send it out. question came across, can you send a TIFF document outbound to an email address? Yes, by default, that's how we send stuff out. What they were asking about is we can go in here and do test to alex.bain@otvirtual. As I hit the @ symbol, it changes it over to email address, google.edu. By default, it goes out as a TIFF. If I want a PDF, I can say create PDF image. I've enforced a billing code, so I better go satisfy that. I'll send that out. Emails are kind of cool. You get that little email icon, so you know that was sent out. And this should go across just fine, hopefully. I think I still had it set up from the last class. Yep. And you get an email status of alexbain@otvirtual.edu. So this sends out by a TIFF by default, and you could change it to a PDF. Those are the only two email types. But yeah, I don't cover email too much as far as sending out because it's pretty straightforward. You type it in, it goes. There was a configuration I hadn't talked about, which is e-transport configure. You have to configure an SMTP server for that to work. So billing codes, again, main things to remember. You can create them in here. You can change the names of them. You can make sure that if someone types something in, that they're verified before it goes out. You can require that they put something in through here. And at a user level, you can give default billing codes to users, and you can manipulate permissions for allowing billing code lookup, editing, and bypassing billing code verification. That's all the areas that it bleeds back into. So with the time remaining, I want to go over cover sheets because that's definitely a topic I do have to go over. Can you match billing to duration of calls for sending fax? Yeah. Let me, real good question. Can you match billing to duration of calls for sending faxes? So basically, if I understand the question, or like almost attach a dollar or a cent amount per minute to how long a fax took to send to somebody, yes, you could definitely do that. So this is a good time to go over this since that question came up. Where that matters is RightFax Enterprise Fax Reporter. So what I'll do is this is an optional installed component. You install it during the installation of your server. You can go back to add remove programs, add it later if you want. So I'll pick that up. Now, this talks directly to SQL, which, as we know, RightFax is really images in a SQL directory and services that manipulate things. So Enterprise Fax Reporter comes with a canned set of reports. And when I say a set, I think there's 40 in here. We do not support editing of these files. However, our professional services group, for a fee, will customly construct any report you want. If you're good with Crystal reports, this is based on Crystal reports, so you could use that. But again, we don't provide documentation on how to edit them. If you call support and say, I want to edit this, we just don't do it because we're not Crystal reports experts at a support level. But again, our professional services group can construct reports for you based on whatever you want. Now, I'll tell you with that in mind, though, we cover just about every little report you can think of. If you want something custom, it's because you've got a real specific need for something. But believe it or not, the biggest request I get is to put their own company logo in there. So let's talk about how this works. First thing I need to do, file, and then hit open report. All reports are stored into program files, RightFax admin utils reports. Pick the one that best suits you. This is for the question of attaching a dollar amount to duration of time that a call sent over. This little guy right here. Probably billing detailed. We can run it on the first field, the first and second field, just the second field. Summaries based on first, second, and second. We go through this, though. It's like destination fax number. If I want to search all faxes sent to this number. Different usage, top 10 types of things, time of days, outbound completed activities that are by user, all faxes completed, human routed. Basically, when I right-click and route something to someone else, I can report on that. What was printed, destination by company, by person, by remote ID that was received, channel usage reports, a ton of stuff. So for the question of can we associate a dollar amount to duration of time, I'm guessing it's going to be this one or this one, if not both. But let's go ahead and do billing detail, billing code 1, billing code 2. So I pick a report, and a couple things are going to come up right off the bat. First is, what's my connection to SQL? So this is a nice topic to talk about as far as if you're a RightFax administrator, not a SQL administrator, you're going to have to talk with your SQL person to have a login. In my case, I talk to my server, which is on my own local server with SQL Express installed. I choose my authentication type, which in my case is Windows authentication, and the database we're connecting to. Again, you have to know all these things. So I'll go ahead and hit OK here. As a report that would display overall channel utilization, we currently have 4 board servers with 96 channels planning a RightFax upgrade. Yes. A CAN port channel usage will totally cover that. It'll probably give you way more data than you want, but I always find way more data when I'm planning an upgrade is better than minimal data. I'll show you that, but the problem is I'm using a simulation channel, so it's not really realistic, but I'll show that here in a second. But good question. So a couple things right off the bat after I log into SQL. It says, okay, first off, date range. When do you want to run this? Well, I'm going to say, you know what, no lower bound. That means everything since the beginning of time, and then everything right up until this time today. Let's finish. That is not what I want there. Yeah, this one's just going to give me a detailed view of everything, how many pages, which billing code. Let me take a look and see if I've got a better report. Summary billing code 1 and 2. That's not going to be it either. Let's go file. I got to dip in to find out which report it is. Okay, select all users to report on. Here we go. So, phone cost per minute time, that's where we can go in and start to break out. We would have to look at which billing codes, but you can actually assign a dollar value to minutes in there. We can look at no lower bound, finish, and then we can take a look at which ones are in there. And like I said, we can assign a actual amount to that. The problem is, though, is I don't have a I have a simulation channel, so my off-hook time is always 0. So if I had a real board, that's where we would start to see real data in here for time and things gone over and so on and so forth. But this way I could break it out, see who's going to what, assign a time to that. But if I wanted to look at some other reports for... look at what that includes. Screen values, bound, finish. Yeah, that one's not going to do it. Yeah, so some of the reports do ask some canned questions to where you can go back in and look over that. And like I said, some of the ones will attach dollar amounts to time. So you just have to go through and figure out which report is like the best one that really captures all the data you want in the format you want. But as you see there, some of the reports will go in and do time-based cost associations. For the question of channel usage summary, that little guy right there. Channel usage and channel usage summary. Let me go back over, hit usage. And if I wanted to look at everything that we've got, that's going to tell us remote server, if any. So the question of if I've got remote dock transport, so on and so forth, bam. This is going to list every channel, total minutes, receive minutes, send minutes, channel utilization. This is probably going to be a great report for planning out upgrades. Let's see, and one last one. Let me just go into, let's see, advanced audit report. Okay. Which users, everyone, audit action. We'll look at, oh, no, this is just user edits. No, the last one I wanted to look at, open report, channel usage, and then usage summary. Take a look at usage summary real quick. Again, no lower bound, finish. Looks about the same, actually. Wow. So, yeah, either one of those reports, yeah, definitely for an upgrade. That is an awesome question because right away you're going to see some definite things in there. Some of these you can expand out to look at values and things. But Again, the biggest request I've ever had is we don't want it to say Capteris RightFax on the report. Sorry. But again, if you got something really super specific you want, professional services can design reports for you, or if you're into crystal reports, you can go in and look at a lot of those reports and see what SQL statements are being run, and then create your own report against it. But again, if you call in saying, this report's not working, and we're like, oh, it's a custom report, we're not going to help you with that, because that's a whole nother game and a whole nother technology. So, with our last minutes, we got about a half hour here. Let me go through cover sheets. So, generally, after we get users in, people want to do cover sheets. So what do we support? We all know what cover sheets are. We've seen a million faxes. So let's talk a little architecture first. When you make and create a cover sheet, it has to be placed into a certain directory or it will not work. Where do reports print just came up? Wherever you want them to. That's a Windows function. So if I go in here, open a report, let's do channel usage because that one was pretty easy. Let's hit OK. Sorry, let me move this. There we go. Full no lower bound. Finish. Cool. So if I wanted reports to print, this is a Crystal Reports viewer. This is not. It comes with RightFax, but it's not core to RightFax. When I hit print, it brings up a Windows print dialog. So wherever I want it to go. This actually will not utilize RightFax printers, just Windows printers. So. Okay. So, cover sheets, we know what they are, but let's talk about where they go. If you make a cover sheet, it has to go in this FCS directory, or it will not work, period. Second, which types do we support? PCL and doc. Now, I'm going to talk about how to create these. I cannot stress enough how valuable the admin guide is, because literally, if you're familiar with Word, this is kind of a tricky mail merge, and that's it. It's a field, and then it has to match something in RightFax. We then push the data into it, convert the cover sheet, and send it out. And I'm going to talk about what that looks like. We also support HTML cover sheets for people who really want to get designy and do things that update graphics constantly, stuff like that. So we do support those. I don't cover those because it's a whole, that could take a long time talking about too, and you have to know HTML on top of it. But we do support it. We have a couple of fields that we specifically require being put in there. But so let's talk about cover sheets as far as doc. Now, doc, what's the best part about it? Everybody knows Word generally. Pretty easy to edit. I can do post-editing. If I make a cover sheet, everything works, but then I want to change something later, I can just double-click the same doc file and change it. PCL is non-editable once it's made into PCL. So PCL is also for production. High production, because what happens is every time we select a doc cover sheet, we merge the data, convert it to PCL, and then send your fax out. So if you could skip the whole step of opening Word and converting it, that saves processor time. And when I say time, I mean 3-4 seconds. But when you start saying 3-4 seconds per 10,000 faxes, you can see in a production environment it might be very important to use PCL cover sheets. PCL cover sheets are easy to make, but there's some extra tips and tricks you have to remember. So we provide you rfsamp1.doc, which is the source for all document files, give you a good idea of how it's laid out. We also provide you the PCL source. Funniest part, though, it's a bunch of Word files. But I'll get to what we do to make PCL here in a second. So let's talk about Word. I'll open rfsamp1.doc. And something I like to show everyone is you get an error right off the bat. I always find it kind of funny. You can just hit close to that. People say, well, why are we getting an error with the text box? The last time that we had to update a cover sheet template was 2002. It's almost 10 years ago, or 9 at this point. We have not changed how we do cover sheets. This was actually created in Word 2000. So, when we open it, it's giving us, it's going into compatibility mode. Gives us an error with the text box, but everything works. It's just something we've never updated because there's really no problem with it. It's just Word gets itchy. So, off the bat, let me show you what this would look like. And I'll explain this here in a second. So when you come in here, these are blank. The reason being is if you've ever done merging, when Word detects a field, it automatically tries to merge it with some data. Well, at this point, we're just looking at it. We're not trying to convert it into anything, so there is no data. So these are blank fields because null, nothing, will show nothing, no data to merge. So when we want to design these, in Word 2007, in Word 2010 it's in a different spot. I'm not a huge 2007 fan because, I don't know, kind of looks like a design nightmare to me. We have to turn on field codes so we can see what the code is and not the data. So we hit the Office button, I guess they call it, and we open up Word Options. Head into Advanced, and we say show the field codes instead of their values. I don't care what the merge data is. I want to see what the guts are. I want to see what the actual code is. So I turn that on and I click OK. So now we see lots of different fields. These are called doc variable fields. You do not just type these, because as you see I'm clicking around, it highlights the whole thing in gray. In the Word world, this is what's known as a field. A field is a intact set of code that when a merge occurs, it puts in data in place of the code. So what we do have to type is a couple of very simple things. And again, when I say we need to look at the administrator's guide, I really, really mean it. Let's go here. Let me just do open. Yeah, this is, just in case anyone's wondering what I'm looking at, this is the content we've created for the Fax Server Fundamentals class. There's a lot of stuff, a lot of cool stuff in here. I put a copy of the admin guide in it, so I just happen to know where to go to get it. Creating fax cover sheet. So, if you forget any of the stuff that we go through and how to insert fields and this is all completely covered in here. However, what we do have is a couple of things. Again, HTML, Word, PCL. When you create these, we use different fields. Here's all the fields we can use for HTML. Here's all the ones we can use for Word. They are all different formats. Here's PCL. If you don't insert them or don't type them out properly, they will not work. This is why this is a very big problem area that customers call in about a lot. So, I need to insert some different fields, but I need to know even what I can insert. What we show you is all you can insert. You can't insert other stuff or other items. This is it. And it's about everything that you can type in Fax Util. Actually, it is everything you can type in Fax Util minus. So I can do voice, company, city, state. I could put the billing codes on there. I could put my name, private, voice, company fax number. I could put in the cover sheet notes. I can't put in comments for your records because it is for your records. It is not to go on the cover sheet. We do not have a field that will merge that. Believe it or not, we actually get a ton of calls about that. That's why I actually cover that. So anything I can type in any of these fields, I can put on the cover sheet. So I start taking a look at to name, to company, to fax, to contact, to name, to fax, to company, from name, from fax DID num, that's my phone number, from phone number, from email address. Again, this is where it gets real interesting, from my fax number, company's fax number, my voice number, company number, my name. You don't see email address on here. There's the email address, though. So, with that in mind, how do I get these little guys in here? So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to erase this line. And I want to reinsert the company variable. Now, if you're into Word, I've made text boxes. You don't have to make text boxes. You can just type all these things as one string. But what's really nice is I can move just this box. I can format just this box. I don't have to go do all kinds of crazy formatting. Now that I moved it, can I move it back? There we go. That's also because all this is left justified, so all the colons line up and all that cool stuff. So The text box just makes things really easy, but they're not required. Of course, the other thing cool with Word, I can insert images. Maybe I can do my company logo, so on and so forth. But really, the most important lesson to learn in here is how do you insert the proper field. I go to Insert, and then choose Quick Parts. There's field. Cool. Hey, wait a second. Word's got a ton of fields. Well, these are doc variable fields. Okay. Doc variable. And the field name. This is where I need to type in whatever field I'm wanting to insert. In this case, it's company. I go back into my admin guide. And company. To company. Cool. To company. I want to honor the case as well. T and C are capitalized, so I'm going to do that. I come back in here, choose Seattle. To company. And I've just inserted a field. That's it. So I don't care what you want to do over here, here. I don't care what your image is. I don't care what you say before there. But when you want to merge something from RightFax into a cover sheet, you have to hit Quick Parts, Field, Doc Variable, and the name. Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I just want to make sure the conversation didn't drop out. So when you want to merge something, we are only going to merge what's in here. If you type it wrong, it will throw a nasty error on your cover sheet, and your cover sheet won't look good. That is really all there is to creating a cover sheet is sky's the limit. I don't care what this says, what images, where they're placed. But when you put in a field, Quick Parts, Field, Doc Variable, and the name of the variable. That's it. So let's see what I got. So I'm going to close this, and what I would do to then make this a cover sheet is I would just simply save it right back into the cover sheet directory. I'd go File, Save As. I suggest using a doc file, not a docx file. Just makes things a lot easier. Name it whatever you want, and as long as it's in this directory, it'll be picked up. So as you see, I've done one with a big old crazy name there. I was testing something out. So in this case, I open it up. There you go. I inserted an open text logo to company. Now, note text is kind of fun because that's where all my notes are going to go. So the important thing to remember here, too, is, I'm sure we've all seen a fax. How well does faxing work with grayscale? I'll just use the word okay. It is never going to be as nice and pristine and as clear as I want ahead of time. Also, something else to note, this was not, can I hit reset? Yes, there we go. This was not black and white when I started. So, would you rather go ahead and say, you know what, go ahead and do grayscale or black and white, or you know what, when you convert, just guess what to do with the colors. You probably want to make it grayscale ahead of time. So as you see, I made a real simple cover sheet, to company, place to put my notes. So I'll go ahead and close this out. Now I don't want to save it. I come into RightFax and do new. Hey, there's my cover sheet. So there's two, so test. So let's see what that looks like here. So I hit send. What did so I forgot something to do already. Hey, there we go. Need to put in a billing code. Hit OK. Refresh it. I want to organize that by date and time. There we go. Conversion, scheduled to be sent. I open it up, and there we go. So a couple things to keep in mind is it does hash things out a little bit, but how a fax views in our viewer is not always, it's a viewer's interpretation of the TIFF file. So I can clean this up a little bit and choose grayscale and things look a lot better. See, my exclamation points are now visible, so on and so forth. This is more of an example of what the customer would probably receive. So that's Word cover sheets. The whole lesson to walk away with is it's all about insert a doc variable field, and then selecting from my proper list of fields and typing in the right name, and then I can design to my heart's delight. There's nothing set in stone other than just making sure that field's in there. That's it. So let's talk about PCL. PCL is a little bit more sticky. I was talking about, hey, in high production environments, you're probably going to want to use PCL. PCL looks just as great as the rest of this, but there are a lot of rules into creating them. So again, if you want a good idea, and the other thing is I never recommend editing the source because when we test these, we know they work. So when you get into designing and something doesn't work right, go back and try the source again. If the source works, it means it's something in the design that's not happening properly. It's not RightFax is broken. So I go into the PCL source directory and I've got a doc file. Okay, how's that PCL? Well, I'm going to show you a couple of tips and tricks here how to get it into a PCL file. Don't know why there's a doc there. Oh, I saved it, that's why. So we come in here and automatically we should notice right off the bat these look different. Come into my admin guide, check that out again. Creating a PCL cover sheet. I need to make sure I'm looking at the right table. People see this here and then say, oh, there's my fields. No, native Word cover sheet codes. I scroll down, table 21C starts the PCL cover sheets. Automatically, I see these are in angle brackets or greater than or less than or whatever you want to call them. So there's no insert command for these. I just simply type them. I don't even have to insert a field because when I'm bouncing around looking at these, see how they don't highlight when I click on them? They are not fields. Or they're not Word fields. Now, something else that we're going to see in here is something pretty specific. When we go through our admin guide, it doesn't really give you a direction on how to make a PCL cover sheet. It says, hey, you need to have some sort of native printer font, and whatever PCL editor you're using, cool. Well, I'm going to show you actually how to get this done through Word without buying a piece of software or anything like that. So, first thing is, we must always use a native printer font. That's how we understand that this is something that is a field and not something we're just supposed to print on the page. Now, in printers or PCL language have native printer fonts. These are fonts that are not designed, they're actually embedded into the PCL stream. It's part of a printer. All the Arials and the copper plate and things like that, those are more like somebody actually drawing by pen and pencil, other than having it a stamped printed font. Now what that means is when we see, let me get back to Seattle here, the font bar up here is key. Anything that appears in a true type font will tell RightFax, just print this on the page. We see this little double T, that means true type. When we see the printer, that means, hey, this is a font the printer will understand natively, and in RightFax language we mean, oh, it's time for a field. So in our case, before we had these doc variables inserted, in this case it's, here's true type, here's true type, here's true type Arial. Just expand that. Arial, true type. But when I want a field, I want RightFax to merge some data into a field, I click on here. This turns into Universe. I hit the drop down. Universe is a printer font. RightFax will see that and then merge the data as if it were a field. So if I were to come in here and add, if I came in here and I did, here's a good example. If I were then to send this over as a cover sheet, this little area down here would print exactly with bracket 2 name, whereas the fields above it would say Bob's, send to Bob's hardware, to his fax number, to the phone number. It would actually merge it, but since I put in a true type font, RightFax treats that as just print this out on the page. So literally, if I wanted to add in, if I deleted to company, and I wanted to add that back in. Now, I recommend 2 fonts. You see how Albertus is in there, Antique, Cool, CG Times, Clarendon, all that fun stuff. 2 fonts, stick with them, make you a lot happier. Universe and Courier. Use those printer fonts when you're defining fields in your cover sheet. So if I did 2, and that's it. That's all I have to do to insert a field into a PCL-based cover sheet. Now everyone's probably saying, well, wait, this is a doc file. How do we make PCL out of this? Well, and let me cover also note text. Before it was 1 variable in Word to put all the notes fields. You actually have to put every line for a notes field in here. We support 21 lines, 69 characters per line. So now the big deal is, how do we get this into a PCL file? I mean, before I worked here, I never had to make, well, that's not true. I sometimes had to make PCL files in a PCL editor, and that was a nightmare. There's a lot easier way to do this. What I recommend is a couple things. If you get into Word and you don't see printer fonts, Word only uses the fonts available to it based on the default printer. So what have I done? I've gone into printers and I made an HP LaserJet 5. Now, the next thing I've done is I've made this a file printer. So if people are interested in that, I do add new printer, next. And why do I use an HP LaserJet 5? Again, as with my printers discussion, this is all a very base level of PCL language. I don't have to worry about some kooky driver that's doing other stuff. An HP LaserJet 5 or a 4 will give me PCL 5 output as per the PCL language protocol. So if I wanted to do this, I'd say, okay, add a local printer, cool. And then when it comes to use file import, here's the whole key. Go in and select print to file. So through Windows and with no extra software other than just owning Word, I can make a PCL cover sheet. So I say print to file, cool. Use an HP LaserJet 5 driver, cool. Keep the driver, sure. We'll call it copy 1 or whatever. Next. Don't share it. No to the test page. And finish. So that makes a nice little printer with the file icon. What happens is anytime something is printed to this printer, instead of it passing the PCL language off to the printer to actually print the document out, it just captures it to a file. Cool enough. I'll just get rid of that printer real quick. So I've got this nice cover sheet. It's in Word. I know that when I want to make fields that are going to get merged, I have to use a printer-based font. If I don't see printer fonts, I should install an HP LaserJet 5, make it the default printer. Word will then pick up all these nice little printer fonts. Now I want to make it into a PCL file. First thing everybody does is comes and saves the file. It's not what you want to do. You need to print the file. I'll choose that print driver, see, with the little diskette icon next to it, which, do they even make diskettes anymore? Just curious. Anyways. We choose the HP LaserJet 5. Now, ultimately, if this were a real printer, I'd hit OK, and I'd get a document. But instead it says, nope, where do you want to put that print to file at? Okay, cool. Now, a couple tips and tricks I use is, if you don't want to go through renaming the file 10 times, browse out to C drive, program files, RightFax, FCS directory, fax, cover sheet, change it to all files, and then call it whatever you want, .pcl. If we left it on printer files, it would call it a PRN file. So if I typed in mypcl.pcl, the saved file would be mypcl.pcl.prn. So it's important to switch that over to all files. And I'll hit OK. Little printer icon comes up, disappears. Cool. I check my directory. Cool, there's mypcl.pcl. Awesome. Now, when I want to use this, again, RightFax, like I said, not a great dynamic updater for the client. But to demo this, I'd close, reopen, come in here to send a fax, test, PCL, billing code lookup still turned on, choose a valid billing code, go to more options, hit my drop down, and there's my PCL.PCL. Cool. I hit OK. Waiting for phone expansion, scheduled to be sent. The conversion is lightning fast because I said, like I was saying, all cover sheets end up as PCL in the end. If the whole step of making Word convert it, you're golden. Take a look at that outbound, and there's my nice fax. Merged all my fields. Anything else I wanted in there would merge. It looks just great. So again, main things to remember. We support Word cover sheets. You have to do insert doc variable and then type out the name of the variable per the admin guide. Save that to the RightFax FCS directory. You got yourself a doc cover sheet. PCL, a little bit more complicated. Do yourself a favor, install just a generic HP LaserJet 5. Make it a print-to-file printer. When you want to type in fields, they need to be in a printer font. So you can do with the brackets and then PCL based on what's in the admin guide. And then again, to get into PCL format, you simply print it to your file printer, save it to the RightFax FCS directory as whatever file name, .pcl. We got a question here. Let me see what's going on. Oh, cool. So, definitely, cover sheets a little, like I said, I really try to remove any craziness from them and really talk about just what do you need. Again, Word, design whatever you want to do, that's cool. But when you want stuff in RightFax to go into your cover sheet, insert doc variable. When you want PCL, it's brackets in a PCL-based printer font with the proper name, and that's it. Cover sheets, a lot of fun. So we're actually right on time here at the end of our day. Before I go, does anybody have any questions, any curiosities on anything I covered so far?
No, it's a good session. Thank you.
Oh, sure, definitely. Let's see. The test environment, once we move to production, can we reset all the values in the status section of EFM? Okay. Yeah, you can do, you'll want to look up in our admin guide, so if you're wanting to reset all the statistics and the counts there, you would go through Enterprise Fax Manager and reset. Let me just look that up here real quick. Control F. Real quick.
No, it's
Those are going to reset those to 0. For clearing out all-time events, let's do this. I can be here. I don't know if you can actually reset those counts. Let me take a look here. What you might want to do, let's do stop all services. Say yes. Yeah, it doesn't look like it gets rid of those events there, but I think when I power it back on, let me do a start all. It's going to change date, I believe. Nope, keeps the same date and then it powers everything back on. I don't think there is a way off the bat. However, let me just do a little research on that and I'll shoot that back to you.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, no problem. Oh, call on. Was looking for. Okay. Yeah, I'll double check into that and see if there's a way to do it. Those are database statistics, and I know they're held in the database. So let me see if there is. There might be a way to go through. There might be a knowledge base article on it or a SQL statement, just not off the top of my head. Let's see here.
That's not mission critical. I just wondered. Thank you.
That's definitely a good one there. Like I said, I like to follow up on all questions because I get to learn little niche stuff sometimes like that. So yeah, I will definitely follow up with you on that. But Guillermo, I have your question about the printing. I'm going to go ahead and I'm actually just going to run over and talk to our support staff because, like I said, I'm real good at showing what's going on and all this, but they get the really interesting how do I stuff, and I would guarantee you that's been addressed at one time. But I'll figure that out here. Christian, I got your Cisco Call Manager. I'll send you the interop stuff with that because we have guides specifically on versions of Call Manager. So I'll make sure I send that over and make sure you have access to that. And Dean, like I said, I'll definitely follow up with you via email and get everybody answers to their questions here. But again, I thank everyone for being here. If anyone's got any interest in you want to really get some hands-on stuff and set up routing, set up all kinds of crazy stuff that I've got that we haven't covered in our comp admin class. Like I said, definitely check out. We have a 3-day admin course. You set up RightFax from the ground up. We talk about every little facet that's involved with it, so I highly recommend that. Then really the only other two things is we have a Fax over IP fundamentals class. If you're new to the world of Fax over IP and you wonder, how do you put a fax call over a TCP IP port, we got you covered on that. And OpenText is now selling a lot of gateways. A lot of your Cisco, Avaya, Nortel, ShoreTel type of gateway devices. We sell those and have a very in-depth class on not only the swipe structure, but how to interop with our gateways as well. So if anyone's interested in additional information on any classes or anything, shoot me an email. Again, D. Fletcher, Dave Fletcher is my name, but dfletcher@opentext.com. And I'm more than happy to do anything. Like I said, I'll connect you either with the right resource or I'll answer the question myself. But again, please do not hesitate to connect with me because I definitely will take care of you. So again, remember, get those Knowledge Center accounts if you don't have one. So, and everybody that sent me an email during class here, I will address those one by one by one. So definitely I will answer your questions here.
Very informative. Thank you.
Oh,
yes,
definitely.
Very much so.
Awesome. Send it via email because my boss loves to see that. So, anyways, I thank you so much.
Okay, we'll definitely do that. Also, I know there's other classes. Can I sign up for another class?
Yeah, I'm sorry, can you what? Sign up for a class?
Can I sign up for another class?
Yeah, no, definitely. What you want to do...
Can I do another redo?
Oh, yeah, you know what? This class has become so popular. I think this morning I was looking and there was about 30 to 40 people on at any given time. I've actually added another date, so we're going to do these twice a month instead of once a month. The next one I have coming up is April 18th. I suggest going to the same way that if you found it before, it's on Capteris. Hold on, let me just open that up real quick and show that to you. Yeah, if you come up
because
to
you covered so much stuff, I know the second go around that I'll capture what I may have missed on the first one here.
Oh yeah, definitely. And like I said, and if you're really interested in getting your hands on it and testing out, our 3-day admin class or our Fax Server Fundamentals class goes into a lot of stuff. So, but if you want to hook up for another comp admin session, capteristraining.webex.com.
Okay.
And go into live sessions, and then into the upcoming tab right here.
Okay.
And I've added a date. Looks like April 18th will be my next one. And actually, I'm going to be scheduling 2 of these a month, but right now I just did 2 for April because we're just trying to get a feel for if 2 is going to be too much or too little. So, so if you want to sign up for April 18th, you just come in and click on the class, and then just do a register. And then same way as you got into this class. Tell a friend. Everyone's invited. This is free. It's not something that we lock down, so have your friends come along, definitely spread the word, and
absolutely.
Cool.
Yes.
And like I said, if anybody's got any other questions or you get a day or two down the road and you're like, oh, I meant to ask this, shoot me an email. I'm more than happy to talk with everyone.
Well, definitely. I sent you an email in regards to the Cisco product, but definitely also on the print. On the print situation, I know I'm going to encounter that exact same thing here at the University of Chicago, so if you could give me some feedback on that one, that would be great, too.
Yeah, no, I'm really interested in that myself, and when I get my answer, that's something I'll adopt into my class, because that's kind of a, we really pride ourselves on being able to set up RightFax to keep your user from messing things up, and that's definitely one area I can see without, oh, you know what? Oh, I think I know how they do that. I bet you there's a registry key, because I know in the client we can do some cool stuff through registry keys, but let me get the documentation for that I bet we can hide buttons in the user interface through our registry.
I was just about to ask that. We're not going to have one connected to the server,
right.
But I'd like to, maybe gray that out or make it go away so it's not confusing to our users.
Yeah, no, definitely. I'm going to go trot on over, talk to our support guys, because they'll say off the top of their head, they're like, oh, yeah, Dave, why don't you just go here? And then they'll laugh at me. So, but I come from their area, and it's one of those, if you're not constantly getting beat over the head with certain things, you forget them. So,
right.
Yeah, no, I'll follow up with everybody that shot me an email, and I'll definitely shoot you over the Cisco documentation that we have for working with Call Manager. And the thing is I think it's like Call Manager 7 we cover. But of course, in the later versions of Call Manager, it's exactly the same thing. It's just best practices and integration things. But yeah, we totally integrate with Cisco Call Manager, and it's actually, I've seen some of the neatest setups with Call Manager. So
on that existing
Dave, this is Christian. If you can send me some documentation with regard to 6.1, Call Manager 6.1. It's quite a bit of difference between 6 and 7, our upper version, so it will be really great.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, I wrote that down, and I'll see what interop we have with the 6.1 there as well. I'm sure we have something, but I'll just have to dig up where that is, and a lot of that's up on our website. But I want to give you, without having problems with logging in, I'll just pull the documentation down and send it on over to you.
Okay, great. Thanks so much, Dave.
Cool.
Dave, on that current screen that you're showing, is that your actual email address, or do we not use the R? You see how that's shown?
Oh, yeah. Here's the ha-ha to that whole thing. D. Fletcher works just fine, and that's what people remember. That's my short email address. It'll work both ways, and it baffles me it works both ways, but they got me in the index like that, or in the global address like that. Okay. So, yeah, you can use D. Fletch E or D. Fletcher, either way.
Good, thank you.
Okay, cool. Cool. So yeah, like I said, please connect with me if you're interested in. WebEx just shows, by the way, just our free trainings. But if you're, it's opentext.com/training, and we have a wealth of stuff. I'm sure all my partners and authorized service providers and everything on the phone, you're familiar with our certification process. If you're not, though, let me know. Again, OpenText is a big company, fax and document distribution. And a list of all of our classes, from SharePoint to the Rico connector. I even have a Xerox connector. Some classes, if you have an interest on, let me know, because I've got a lot of training material, but if there's not a high demand, we don't list a lot of things. But FOIP, SharePoint, desktop capture, fundamentals, fax gateway. For you doomsday architecture type of people, we have fax flow troubleshooting, which is the life of a fax. If you want to know every little port and every little call and every little handle that's opened up to transport a fax around, and some doomsday architecture stuff, fax flow troubleshooting is awesome. So again, it's opentext.com/learning, and then fax and document distribution. When you go into any of these, gives current dates that we have available for teaching. I'll tell you, if you're international, we do have people over in the Netherlands that can go on site and do stuff like that. But pretty much everything I do is remote. But if your company has a high interest in sending people out to Tucson to do some learning, we can accommodate that too. I sit in a classroom full of 12 machines and computers and really nice desks. So just let us know what your needs are. Other than that, I will turn everyone loose. I thank everybody. Some awesome questions, probably the best session I've ever had, and I thank you once again.
Thank you.
Have a great day now.
You too.